sitting of today's Parliament for today, Tuesday, December 12. I am Virgilionti with my co-host
Michael Gaspard. Bonjour, bonjour Saint-Lucie, bonjour tout le monde qui a regardé nous à ce NTN, et n'importe côté où il y a côté nous, et bien regardé le programme, nous en Caille Concite, avec nous préparé pour une autre session Caille Concite pour aujourd'hui 12 décembre. Nous sommes à ça, c'est la dernière session pour l'année là. Avec, on nous dit ça qui a fait aujourd'hui, en Virgile, c'est une résolution et bien une motion par le ministère, c'est le Premier ministre qui est aussi ce ministère, qui est responsable pour les affaires finances, développement économique, l'affaire économie de la jeunesse, avec aussi justice et sécurité nationale, et qui a présenté une résolution qui a demandé au Parlement pour autoriser, pour garantir, ça c'est l'argent en valeur 3 704 000 dollars américains. Avec ça, c'est l'ONU pour aider, pour supporter le Banque de développement Saint-Lucie. Mais en Virgile?
Yes, as we were saying, the motion is ready for the Prime Minister to borrow and to guarantee close to $3 million a loan line of credit. We take you to
Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, with thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public will, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the unity and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and
Good morning, members. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Acting Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bills. Code of Civil Procedure Amendment Act, Regulated Substances Act. I am in receipt of correspondence advising of the absence of the member for Labrie and the member for Vieux-Fort South. Members, I am pleased to announce that the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia was formed officially on Friday, 8th December 2023. 2021 included only current parliamentarians. However, past female parliamentarians from around the island came together for a special meeting which was held in this chamber last week, Friday. The Women's Caucus boasts of past and present government ministers, senators, and Attorney General Parliament support the work of the caucus by facilitating the work of the Secretariat, which includes assigning staff to fill the positions of Secretary and Assistant Secretary, respectively. We wish to congratulate our female parliamentarians on this bold step in formalizing the Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, and we wish them on August 25th, 2015, this chamber passed the following resolution. Be it resolved that the Parliament expresses profound appreciation to the staff of the Secretariat for the diligence displayed in undertaking the completion of the report and its involvement of St. Lucians both here and overseas in the solicitation of views. And be it further resolved that the House of Assembly establishes a parliamentary committee to identify and agree in common amendments to our Constitution and shall be constituted as follows. 3 representatives of the government of St. Lucia selected by the Prime Minister. 2 representatives of the opposition selected by the leader of the opposition. 3 advisors from civil society appointed by the Prime Minister on behalf of the government. 2 advisors from civil society appointed by the leader of the opposition on behalf of the opposition. 2 existing or former senators, whether currently appointed or previously appointed by the government, opposition, or the Governor General, as the case may be. 1 selected by the Prime Minister and the other by the leader of the opposition. And be it further resolved that the committee shall appoint its own chairman or chairperson and establish its own rules and procedure to govern its deliberation. I'm pleased to announce that we have received the names from both the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition, which I shall now read into the record. The 3 representatives of the government selected by the Prime Minister are Claudius Francis, Speaker of the House, Earl Huntley, and Ignatius Jean. The 2 members appointed by the leader of the opposition are the Honorable Alan Chastney and the Honorable Bradley Felix. Mr. Nicholas John and Miss Mary Francis. 1 former senator first meeting of the committee, which she tells me will not be in the month of December. It will be next year. And each member will receive a copy of the Constitutional Review Committee's report. The committee, of course, was headed by deceased Judge Susie Duverne. Statement from ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on the progress this government This government debated the bill on domestic violence, which eventually became the Domestic Violence Act of 2022 of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, the enactment of this piece of legislation has created waves throughout the Caribbean and have described it as the most progressive piece of legislation on domestic violence in the region to date. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that according to the UN Women, almost half of Caribbean women, about 46%, have experienced at least one form of intimate partner violence, while world figure is 30%. Under the leadership of the Honorable Member for Castries East and Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Ministers have supported to give women a bigger say and support in this country. For example, the presence of so many women of police is another indicator. The approval of a 25% increase in the 23-24 budgetary allocation for the Department of Gender Affairs are very encouraging for women in St. Lucia and in keeping with the popular theme against women are addressed in a meaningful way to bring an end to the anti-social behavior which have been practiced by people in our society. I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that the Stop Gender Violence Project is a embassy in St. Lucia and started in May 2023. The ambassador for France to St. Lucia stated that his government felt it necessary to invest 600,000 euro, equivalent to 1,749,000 EC dollars, in a 2-year project with the campaign theme Know Your Rights, to stop gender Mr. Speaker, the project is being implemented by Unite Caribbean in collaboration with the divided into 3 components: supporting government in the application of the Domestic Violence Act; 2, strengthening capacities of civil society organizations in St. Lucia to reduce domestic violence and the Eastern Caribbean. The media launch, which was done on the 20th of November 2023, and it will continue to run for 6 months on social media, billboards, communication kits, televisions, and radio programs throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, the main objectives of the campaign is to raise awareness among the people to help reduce domestic violence. The project is a pilot project in the OECS, which will become quite appropriate in the observance of the 16th day of activism on the prevention of violence against women and girls. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight a few well-known initiatives undertaken by this government to advance the issue of gender as well as women. The Cabinet of Ministers approved the establishment of mainstreaming in all government's programs. The government also established gender focal points in all ministries. This is to ensure that both men and women will be treated equally in the allocation of government resources. Mr. Speaker, the women in St. Lucia are very excited that the government has removed VAT on sanitary napkins, thereby making it more affordable, especially for the vulnerable women and girls. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine the number of girls in schools who have missed classes in the schools because hours that these children would have missed? And that is a disadvantage for women and girls. Therefore, we applaud the government for helping them out and reducing the cost so it is made more affordable. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to announce that St. Lucia made history, as you mentioned earlier, on the 8th of December 2023, when a group of well-known former and current parliamentarians across the political divide met in this honorable house to establish the first Women's Parliamentary Caucus of St. Lucia, under the chairmanship of the President of the Senate, Honorable Alvina Reynolds. One of the main objectives of the caucus is to promote solidarity among women in general and among women parliamentarians in particular. Mr. Speaker, I need to thank you for being the only man who sat in this house to give support to the women. I commend you and promote for your interest in the program that advance the cause of women and promote equality in gender in our society. Sorry if I make your men colleagues feel jealous. But I know they are giving us their full support, notwithstanding they were not present. But your presence meant a lot to the women. Mr. Speaker, this group of very progressive men and women who are visionary and were duly elected to serve the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Is it on? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to you and good morning to parliamentary colleagues, and also good morning to all the people of VA4 North who are watching and listening, and St. Lucians all around the country, and those who have joined us online. Mr. Speaker, this morning I crave your indulgence to allow me to present 3 statements. 1, on the observance of International Universal Health Coverage Day. 2, on a visit to Martinique and the University Hospital of Martinique. And 3, a statement on critical developments at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. Mr. Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, the world celebrates International Universal Health Coverage Day on December 12th every year. So today is International Universal Health Coverage Day. The theme for International Universal Health Coverage Day is health for manifesto, Putting You First, and the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs is focused and working purposefully toward that goal. Universal health coverage means all persons have access to the health services they need when and where they need without financial hardship. It includes the full range of essential services from health promotion to prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. Work started on the dream of universal health came to them at no cost. However, the structured implementation of a universal health coverage program was stalled. After the people of St. Lucia put the St. Lucia Labour Party in government on July 26, 2021, the Prime Minister, Honorable Philip J. Pierre, made me Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs on August 5, 2021. He then instructed me to cause our team at the ministry to make the attainment of universal health coverage a priority. In February of 2022, Cabinet by conclusion number 129 approved the phased implementation of the Universal Health Coverage Project. By March of 2022, a Universal Health Coverage Unit within the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs was approved by Cabinet with a coordinator which was later changed to Director of Universal Health Coverage in the person of Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford. Since then, the team, with support from the whole ministry, has been active and delivering positive results. The essential package of health services was already defined. However, it was necessary for the Ministry of Health to renew the package of services, especially after the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on our population. The reviewed and updated essential package of health services, as currently described, is being delivered in phases to the population of St. Lucia. From June 1st, 2023, we launched the Maternal and Child Health Services phase of the Universal Health Coverage Project. All expectant mothers have the option of cost to them. Since the launch of the maternal child health care services, our data reveals that between June and September of 2023, only 4 months, we have registered 126 more clients at the wellness centers when compared to the same 4 months of last year. We registered 546 new clients at the primary health facilities. And we speak of Grosile Polyclinic, Moshi Wellness Center, Grand Riviere, Viewfort Wellness Center, Bus, Grace, Labrie, Castries, Laclery, Entrepot, Cicero, Bexon, Tiroche, Castries. Last year, for the same period, June to September, we recorded 422 new clients. From June 1st to 31st October 2023, we had a total of 962 ultrasounds done under the Universal Healthcare Project for expectant mothers from our 8 radiology service providers. Between our 2 lab service providers, St. Jude Hospital and the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, OKEU Hospital, we have accumulated a total of 1,147 clients, with St. Jude Hospital serving 350 clients and the OKEU Hospital serving 797 clients for the same period. The Ministry of Health allows patients who have the private gynecologists to access the lab and ultrasound services if they so desire, as we want them to also benefit from these services while maintaining the special relationship with the private physician. A full year 24. However, the initial results, Mr. Speaker, show that St. Lucians are responding very well to the services that are being provided by the Universal Health Coverage Program. With the present performance-based financing pilot project funded by the World Bank, patients can be screened for diabetes, receive free treatment, also have their relevant blood tests done at the wellness centers at no cost to them. The pilot project, the PVF, has started in 8 facilities so far: Richford, Denry Hospital, Monrepo, Deriso, Lafargue, Soufrière, Lakwamengo, and Jacmel. The aim is to add another 9 in the next few weeks and months. The funding for the essential package of health services and the sustainability of financing for the Universal Health Coverage Program is also very important to the government. Throughout the year, there have been World Bank missions and workshops alongside the Ministry of Health and other ministries like the Ministry of Finance to develop the health financing policy and strategy for universal health coverage. It considers mechanisms for funding, possible revenue sources, and purchasing of health services under the Universal Health Coverage Program. In the coming year, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health will be looking into providing screening services for cervical cancer, prostate cancer, chronic kidney disease, and so on. We will also be looking at expanding our maternal and child healthcare services to cover deliveries of babies at our hospitals. There are ongoing consultancies, Mr. Speaker. The drafting of the UHC white paper, which incorporates the roadmap, health management information system, review patient-centered care quality improvement program, and quality assurance for universal health coverage, and the registration of the entire population. The ongoing health system strengthening project and the OECS regional project, coordinated through the project implementation unit, also support the long-term goals of universal health coverage. Communication activities include advertisements, introduction of a weekly public health insider show, engagement of local artists, billboards, production of leaflets, flyers, banners, wrapping of vehicles, etc., etc. Training continues, Mr. Speaker, in the management of obstetric complications for physicians and midwives, management of neonatal complications for physicians, midwives, and at the hospital, LAMA's training, infection prevention and environmental control training for community health aides, training in the management of snake bites, which is a new one which we are spreading around the health system, Mr. Speaker. We have engaged physicians, the field treatment for snake bites for first respondents like firemen and fire personnel, engagements with the Ministry of Forestry, Department of Forestry in the Ministry of Agriculture, training for screening of chronic kidney disease at our primary wellness centers, and public awareness training for basic life support. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that to support the Universal Health Coverage Program, we have been working with the World Bank on a number of knowledge exchange programs. The first one, which was held in October of 2022. There was one in South Korea, consultations in Washington, study tour in Colombia, and a snake bite symposium, the first which was held in Martinique, and very soon possibly one in St. Lucia. These study tours allow for knowledge exchanges because the universal health coverage goes way beyond St. Lucia, since we access care from other countries. Additionally, the Ministry of Health embarked on a naming and logo competition, which formed part of the approved communication plan. This competition saw 133 submissions from St. Lucians. The 11 finalists were displayed publicly on huge screens at busy locations around St. Lucia, and the winning logo was revealed on 26 October 2023. The approved name, logo, and tagline for UHC will be publicly displayed early next year, as there is some tweaking happening with the assistance of the artists to the logo. Mr. Speaker, I place on the record my recognition and appreciation, and the government's recognition of the efforts of many leaders in the public and private sector who have toiled in the pastures of healthcare for many years, each contributing to the long-held hope that one day we'll provide the people of St. Lucia with universal health coverage. The government thanks the public for working with us and having faith in us, the Permanent Secretary and all heads of departments and the staff for their hard work, partners from the public and private sector, sister islands and countries, regionally and internationally, the World Bank and the Pan-American Health Organization for their unwavering support. Thanks to the Director of the Universal Health Coverage Program at the Ministry, Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, and her team for their hard work. Universal health care, Mr. Speaker, is about the right to health for everyone. Rich or poor, color or no color, should get the health care they need without suffering financial hardship. There are and will be challenges in the administration of the Universal Health Care Program. But it is known that without universal access to quality care, many people die unnecessarily every year from preventable diseases. Non-communicable diseases are equally damaging. The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs is working assiduously on attaining universal health coverage in a phased manner. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my second statement is on a visit which a delegation from the ministry paid on the health officials of Martinique. They came to St. Lucia first, and then we visited them. The visit by the delegation occurred during the period 30th November to the 1st of December. The visit included meetings with select government personnel in Martinique and the management and senior clinical teams of the University Hospital of Martinique, better known as CHUM. The meetings and entire schedule of the visit were organized and facilitated by the Consul General de St. Lucie, Miss Excellency Alison Joseph, and the consulate located in Martinique. And I wish to place on record the appreciation of the government of St. Lucia for the efforts of Excellency Alison Joseph, and the consulate in Martinique. The delegation also had the opportunity to visit the oncology, radiology, and intensive care units at the University Hospital of Martinique. During these visits to the hospital, the delegation encountered, gladfully, 2 St. Lucians who are undergoing treatment at the hospital in Martinique. The delegation included Ms. Jenny Daniel, Permanent Secretary, Dr. Sharon Belma George, Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Alicia Eugene Ford, Director of Universal Health Coverage, Mr. Anthony Filgens, Financial Analyst, Dr. Dexter James, Chief Executive Officer of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, and Mr. Lucas Polio, Biomedical Engineer. The dedication was headed by myself, Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. We wanted, Mr. Speaker, to renew and solidify the traditional partnership between St. Lucia and Martinique as it pertained to the provision of health services. We also wanted to offer a recognition and show gratitude to the government and people of Martinique and France for their contribution toward the Owen King EU Hospital. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, and you'll hear a little about that in the report, we wanted to determine the extent of the debt owed to the University Hospital of Martinique by the government of St. Lucia and to identify a path toward resolving any existing financial issues regarding debt payment to the University Hospital of Martinique. We wanted to present and discuss new areas of cooperation in the provision of health services between St. Lucia and Martinique and France. We wanted to present and discuss existing and new areas of collaboration and cooperation between the University Hospital of Martinique in the form of a draft MOU. We wanted to consolidate and establish the agreed processes for procedures for St. Lucians who require access to health care services in Martinique, particularly in cases where emergency or urgent care is required. And I'll just give you some the results briefly, Mr. Speaker. We held meetings with the Préfet de Martinique, Jean-Christophe Beauvier, and this meeting, Mr. Speaker, was to solidify the relationship and to understand the views of the Préfet in terms of cooperation between Martinique and St. Lucia, and this went very well. We met with the President, Mr. Serge Letchimi, and very importantly, Mr. Speaker, we spoke to the whole issue of the MOU between St. Lucia and Martinique, especially the Owen King EU Hospital and the hospital in Martinique. We expressed the view that the St. Jude Hospital should also become part of this arrangement, since in the past, the St. Jude Hospital was not part of this direct arrangement between the University Hospital of Martinique and St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, we also covered areas of training for St. Lucian physicians in the areas of stroke diagnosis and treatment. We were able to discuss successfully additional training for St. Lucian physicians in the areas of stroke diagnosis and treatment. We were able to establish within a proposed agreement a pathway for visiting surgeons and physicians from Martinique to be accommodated in St. Lucia. This happens, Mr. Speaker, but there is no clear pathway. They encounter difficulties, and we have agreed that we are going to speak with the Medical and Dental Council to fast-track a pathway. We have agreed with the officials at the University Hospital in Martinique that the tool for telemedicine, ROFIM, some doctors in St. Lucia are already connected to this. It will be offered and expanded for use in St. Lucia in order to increase the quality of service which we are offering. We have a very good telemedicine portal, and we have agreed with them we are going to expand the use in St. Lucia. We spoke about the continued collaboration with Interreg, the Interreg program, so that we can benefit some more. Martinique is willing to provide support and training for the launching of the various components of the universal health coverage in St. Lucia. Martinique is willing to undertake the strengthening of the emergency dispatch service through which St. Lucian physicians access service to the University Hospital of Martinique. This includes, we are able to agree and discuss with them the addition of 3 additional dispatchers who are fluent in both English and French, and also Creole. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to listen to this very, very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the financial manager at the University Hospital of Martinique presented by way of documentation the outstanding debt owed to the hospital over the last 23 years, and the outstanding debt is roughly 680,000 euros. 680,000 euros, close to 2 million EC dollars. This is what we owe the University Hospital of Martinique, and this is only government approved debt. So in other words, when the government gives a letter to a patient to take to the University Hospital of Martinique, the government says, I'm going to pay, and then the government accrues a debt. And from the time I became Minister for Health, the Prime Minister indicated to me that our relationship with the University Hospital of Martinique has to be a priority project. And he told me to go to Martinique to find out from the hospital exactly what the situation is. There's been a lot of back and forth. And so the hospital, we owe the hospital close to 2 million EC dollars. Interestingly, Mr. Speaker, this is 23 years of debt from 2001. And we have all of the figures, we have the months, we have the years. It's very interesting that the period when the government of St. Lucia owed the least debt, the two periods, were between 2003 and 2011, and also between 2012 and 2017. The period in these 23 years when the government of St. Lucia owed the highest debt was between 2018 and 2020. We are trying to find out why this is, Mr. Speaker. However, it was also presented that another debt exists, because this is just government debt. But there are many St. Lucians who go to Martinique and they access the health services. In some cases, they do not pay the balance of their bills, and all of this debt is accrued to the government and people of St. Lucia. So this is not direct government debt. This is debt owed to the University Hospital of Martinique. When St. Lucians go to Martinique and they go to the hospital to do surgery, the people in Martinique say, okay, pay down 20% and you'll pay the rest, and they do not pay the rest, and there are some issues with the insurance and so in accessing insurance companies, and we are being told that this debt is more than double the government debt. This debt owed by St. Lucians in Martinique is more than double the government debt. It was very important, Mr. Speaker, for the government of St. Lucia to know and to have this information, because right now we want to strengthen and rebuild our relationship with the University Hospital in Martinique. What did we do? We decided that our financial analysts, we agreed with the officials in Martinique that our financial analysts would be the focal point within the ministry in St. Lucia for all financial matters arising that pertain to Martinique and the University Hospital in particular. The two sides, the University Hospital and the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs, agreed to submit quarterly reports on finances to the Ministry of Health in order to facilitate reconciliation with the records in St. Lucia. It was determined that a reconciliation exercise will be conducted by the Ministry of Health by 31st December 2023 in order to ensure accuracy and in order to have an agreement with the hospital so that the name of the government of St. Lucia can be cleared and we can have better relations with the hospital. The Ministry of Health also committed to facilitating cooperation between health insurance companies in St. Lucia and the University Hospital of Martinique. There will be a meeting within the next few months in St. Lucia, and we will have officials from the University Hospital of Martinique, and we will do our best to bring together officials in St. Lucia so that individuals who have medical insurance, when they go to Martinique, the payments can be facilitated. There is also an agreement for cooperation in biomedical engineering, especially in training. The radiology unit in Martinique commenced a new service which offers greater insights into various treatment for cancers and tumors. This service utilizes nuclear technology. It's offered to the entire Caribbean, in particular the OECS, and we are having discussions with the University Hospital of Martinique to see what arrangements we can put in place together with the OECS, of course, to access the facility. So I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that I can stand here as the Minister for Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs to present the Parliament a statement on our situation with the University Hospital of Martinique, and we have committed, the Ministry has committed to begin to clear that debt. We've also spoken to the officials in Martinique to see how we can develop some kind of schedule so that we pay our debt. So I wish to thank the officials in Martinique tremendously, Mr. Speaker. People like the Honorable Dr. Dabor Rizier, Mr. Speaker. He was there, he met with us. And the officials in Martinique, Mr. Speaker, you can see their willingness to work with St. Lucia. You can see their willingness. But we as a country, Mr. Speaker, have to be responsible. We as a people have to be responsible, so that if we want to continue to use the services, they are very willing to provide the services, but we have to show goodwill, and this is what this government will do, Mr. Speaker. By the time budget comes around, I will give you an update on what we've done to begin to clear that debt. The last statement, Mr. Speaker, is on critical developments at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. Mr. Speaker, we have been working very hard. The board of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, under the chairmanship of Ms. Joanna Reynolds, and before that, Mr. Costello Michel, when we came into office, the board has taken an approach which will see a number of changes, and eventually and hopefully quickly we'll see improvements in a number of areas, problematic areas which we've had for a while. And I will give you some of these developments. The commissioning of the secondary care hospital. A decision was taken by the Cabinet of Ministers in 2022 to repurpose the former respiratory hospital as the Castries Multipurpose Medical Facility, comprising the Castries Urban Polyclinic, the Castries Urgent Care Facility, and the Millennium Heights Medical Complex Secondary Care Hospital. In the case of the secondary care hospital, Mr. Speaker, the following buildings and facilities have been transferred to the board of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. The chest wing, 12 beds. Ward 9, 12 beds. Ward 5, 7 beds. The old dietitian office, 4 beds. Gynecology ward, 8 beds. 3 ICU beds. 2 operating theaters. Pediatrics ward, an old nursing home, kitchen operations, an x-ray department, a potential, when you add up all of these beds or bed space, a potential 46 additional beds. The development of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex Secondary Care Hospital will complement services currently provided at the OKEU Hospital. These additional beds will A, expand inpatient bed capacity for the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, B, improve efficiencies and flow of patients at the accident and emergency department at the OKEU. Increase in beds will lead to the transfer of a select set of inpatient services from the OKEU, which includes A, long-term rehabilitative services for patients with stroke and orthopedic injuries, and B, patients requiring palliative care. The facility will provide dedicated beds for isolation, for an isolation unit, with ICUs for patients with infectious diseases. So in addition to having this facility with additional beds, we're providing dedicated beds for an isolation unit in case we have, God forbid, another COVID-like situation with ICUs for patients with infectious diseases. And what have we done, Mr. Speaker? We didn't just come here at budget time and say so. Number one, a local management team has been installed comprising an officer in charge and nursing staff to support the oversight which will be provided by the CEO. As a result of overcrowding at the Accident and Emergency Department of the OKEU, over the past few months in particular, the chest wing at the Victoria Hospital has been commissioned to support the transfer of patients to the unit. There are currently patients on the ward as we speak. Operations are stable and patients have independently reported a high level of satisfaction with the services. Given the profile of patients now presenting to the Accident and Emergency Department, management has been tasked to revisit the conceptual model around the category of patients to be transferred, infrastructure around diagnostic services, and level of medical and nursing staffing required to support the reality of critically ill patients. Phase 1 of the remediation works has been completed and comprised the remediation and completion of a 12-bed unit, Ward 9, with male and female bathrooms, including bathrooms for the physically challenged, and the repurposing of existing space for dispensing services. A full condition assessment was conducted on the electrical and plumbing installations. A structural integrity assessment on the old nursing home and pediatrics building is being conducted by the Ministry of Health to determine the fitness for use as clinical and administrative spaces. Phase 1 of the secondary care hospital is due to be commissioned on Tuesday of next week, Tuesday, December 19th, Mr. Speaker. So we are going to commission it. This phase will see the transfer of all patients currently on the chest wing to the ward and the commissioning of new pharmacy operations. Other services that will support clinical operations include food services, X-ray, and lab services. The OKEU hospital will provide visiting physiotherapy and psychosocial services as required. As a result of consultations with staff and the bargaining agents, 96 staff have moved on from the former respiratory hospital and have been given employment contracts with the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the staff and the union, because we heard a lot, even in this parliament, about what the staff will do, what they will not do, they will not go, they will not. But we remained very peaceful and quiet and spoke to them. And while there may still be some issues, 96 staff have been moved from the former respiratory hospital to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex. Phase 2 of the project will commence in January 2024. Works will include the upgrade and modernization of the kitchen operations, completion of remediation to remaining wards, full upgrade and commissioning of 2 operating theaters that will provide for admitting privileges to surgeons in the public and private sectors, and to upgrade the ICUs to include the implementation of a virtual ICU to support critically ill patients at the facility. This phase is expected to be completed by March of 2024. The second development, the commissioning of the oxygen generating plant. The oxygen plant was provided for by the Health System Strengthening Project of the World Bank. However, there was no housing for the plant, and it was never commissioned. The board of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, in furtherance of promoting hospital philanthropy and to identify funding to supplement capital resources provided by the government of St. Lucia, was able to secure funding of US $129,851 from the Maria Holder Trust, a registered charity from Barbados, to support the full cost of the construction of the oxygen housing. The works undertaken so far. Works commenced on the 22nd of April 2023. Works were completed on time on July 24th, 2023. On-site commissioning and training of staff for the plant was executed by AMG Medical Gas between October 23rd, 2023 and November 18th, 2023. Works in progress for the labeling of the bottles. The plant capacity, Mr. Speaker, is 50 bottles per day. And when I say bottles, I'm talking about the oxygen bottles. The potential savings, Mr. Speaker, the potential savings is 150,000 EC dollars per month, Mr. Speaker. And we are hoping that the savings will help the hospital to improve services, especially at the accident and emergency department. The official commissioning of the oxygen plant will take place this Friday on December 15th, 2023. The commissioning of the laundry, the last one, Mr. Speaker, the commissioning of the laundry. The laundry project was initiated in 2015-2016, a long time ago, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure you recall all of the debates about the laundry at the OKEU and so on. It was initiated in 2015-2016 under the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the purpose of providing laundry services to the hospital. EcoClean, a local company, was the selected contractor. However, financial challenges and several variations in the project led to the discontinuation of the project in 2020. As a result of poor ventilation in the laundry, the floor under the accident and emergency department, the laundry ceiling, encountered heavy mold infestation. Additionally, none of the laundry equipment was commissioned, Mr. Speaker, and the main electrical connection was left incomplete. The connection of laundry electrical system to the Millennium Heights Medical Complex network was completed on the 17th of September 2023. 17th of September 2023. The occasional in-house cleaning had to be executed to remediate the occurrence of mold infestation and maintain the facility in a state of fitness. Engineers from Fargo Engineering, the manufacturers of the laundry equipment, came on site on 27th November 2023. Commissioning activities took place during 27th November 2023 to 1st December 2023. The commissioning involved a comprehensive assessment of all laundry equipment, including operational tests, performance checks, and adherence to safety standards, in order to ensure the seamless integration and optimal functionality of the laundry equipment at the facility. With remote assistance from the Fargo team, the company will be on site for an additional 2 weeks to ensure that everything goes well. The company will provide a 1-week supervision immediately after the handover, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the staff adheres to instructions and protocols and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, after all of the back and forth, the laundry, hopefully, if all tests are successful, the laundry at the Owen King E Hospital will be fully operational from January 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, I end my statement with to present to the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the assurance that the government led by Honorable Philip J. Pierre makes no joke when we say we're an action government, Mr. Speaker. And the 2.5% health and security levy, Mr. Speaker, if you are to take all of what I've said, we are talking millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. And that is just the tip of the iceberg, Mr. Speaker. Just the tip of the iceberg. I've told you about universal health coverage, what we're doing. I've told you, look, now we have to pay back the debt to the University Hospital of Martinique. We have to use part of the 2.5% to pay back that debt, Mr. Speaker. Tell them. And you saw the period when the debt was highest. Yes, sir. I wonder what was happening Which government was in office during that time? I don't remember. All of these are important questions which you must ask. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say to all those who are working, the various boards at St. Jude, at the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, the Universal Health Coverage Team, the Permanent Secretary, and her whole staff, everybody, and the Cabinet of Ministers, Prime Minister, I want to guarantee you that we have our eyes on the prize and we are keeping focus. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Papers to be laid. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information. Motions. Prime Minister. I think it went off again, you know. It keeps going off. Can we switch to the AGs in the meantime? Oh.
Mr. Speaker?
Okay, it's fine. It could have been my response.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of $3,704,000, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 17 years, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. The repayment of the loan is in 68 approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October on each year, after a grace period of 4 years, following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later date as the bank specifies in writing. The interest rate is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed on outstanding. Mr. Speaker, this guarantee, Mr. Speaker, and I want to make it clear that it's a guarantee. The government is not borrowing the money. It's the St. Lucia Development Bank is borrowing the money, and the government is guaranteeing it. It's a contingent liability on the government, not a direct liability, Mr. Speaker, of $3.7 million, which is basically $10 million, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want you to note that the interest rate is 0.75%. And considering what's happening to interest rates these days, a 0.75 interest rate, Mr. Speaker, is something that we are very pleased about, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this loan guaranteed by the government is part of the government's thrust on education. what we call the government's education revolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because education is very important, Mr. Speaker. Education, learning our history, Mr. Speaker, is very important. And talking about history, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify some statements that some young people may have heard about Haiti, Mr. Speaker. And that's history, education, history, loans for children to go and study history. Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify certain points on Haiti, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Haiti was the first black state in the year 1808. It was a state that led the liberation of slavery in Central and Latin America, Mr. Speaker, and inspired the abolitionists, the Quakers, etc., in Europe, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Haitian leader, Toussaint Louverture, was one of the most formidable military leaders in the world, Mr. Speaker, at the time. He was born in 20th May 1743, and he died on the 7th of April 1803, Mr. Speaker. And he led the first successful slave revolt in the world that emancipated the slaves in Haiti, Mr. Speaker. That is the history of Haiti, Mr. Speaker. Haiti was the first colony that was governed by former black slaves as a French protectorate, the country of Haiti, Mr. Speaker. Haiti, Mr. Speaker, the Haitian Revolution inspired the movement that led to the abolition of slavery in 1834. So, Mr. Speaker, Haiti was free from 1803 and led to abolition 30 years later in 1844, Mr. That's the story of, that's history, Mr. Speaker. That's the rich history of Haiti, Mr. Speaker. Haiti was led by Jean-Jacques Dessalines, another leader who was born in 1758, and he was the leader of the Haitian Revolution, and he was the first ruler of an independent Haiti under the 1805 Constitution. Haiti had a constitution in 1805, Mr. Speaker. That's the country of Haiti. That is a country that certain people in St. Lucia want to disparage. That's the country, Mr. And you know, Mr. It's very important, Mr. Speaker. I'm saying that because I'm talking about education, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that the young people of St. Lucia understand and know these things, Mr. Speaker. That Haiti, in spite of the issues that they face now, Mr. Speaker, it didn't happen just like that, Mr. Speaker. Certain circumstances put Haiti in a situation where it is. But the Haitian people remain the most talented, remain the most proud people, Mr. Speaker, of our hemisphere. And one day, Mr. Speaker, Haiti will survive and Haiti will liberate itself back to its glory days, Mr. Speaker. And speaking about Mr. Speaker, I want ready to thank the former Prime Minister, Dr. Kenny Anthony, and the former Prime Ministers of Bahamas and Jamaica, who are now in Haiti working on solution, Mr. Speaker. It's going to take long. But when we try, in an effort, Mr. Speaker, to bring our country down by saying that the Haitian people are not a problem, Mr. Speaker, I feel bound, Mr. Speaker, to put on the books, to put in the records of this honorable house that this government disassociates itself with any statement, Mr. Speaker, that leads to looking at Haiti in a manner that as if Haiti is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. I feel very strong about it, Mr. Speaker, but I know these days, anytime you speak about black liberation and you speak about the black state and black empowerment, you're called a racist, Mr. Speaker. But that's not the face. It's the history, Mr. Speaker. Haiti was the first black state from the year 1805, before emancipation of slavery in 1834. So, Mr. Speaker, the government of St. Lucia has advanced this education, Mr. Speaker. This philosophical underpinning that education is what will set us free, Mr. Speaker. Education is what will generate economic growth, Mr. Speaker. Education is what will make us choose proper governments. That's what our education does to us, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this loan of $9 million, which is being taken by the SLDB, will help in the human capital development of this country through access to training and tertiary education, which is necessary, Mr. Speaker, in a growing world. And, Mr. Speaker, again, the Minister of Education, I think, will outline it, how the education revolution is coming. The education revolution, how we put it in place, Mr. Speaker. We start at the level of facility fees. Then we go to one computer per household. Then we go to one university graduate per household. Then we go to first generation scholarship, Mr. Speaker. Then we go to TVET, Mr. Speaker. Then we go to CXT fees. That's how we're doing. That is how we do. We increase the teachers' material allowance, Mr. Speaker. That is what we're doing as far as education is concerned. And the guarantee of this loan is only one of them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, student loans have shown sometimes that they're problematic, Mr. Speaker. But even if, Mr. Speaker, that they're problematic, it's a duty of the government to ensure, and it's our philosophy, that each household has a university graduate in a reasonable time, Mr. Speaker. That is our philosophy. Mr. Speaker, the St. Lucia Development Bank has been tasked with filling the gap between educating the students of St. Lucia, filling the gap between educating them and the availability of funds to educate them, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are guaranteeing this loan. Mr. Speaker, over the last 14 years, the SLTB has granted 810 student loans at a value of $28.2 million, Mr. Speaker. That's the contribution the bank has done towards educational loans, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this loan guarantee of $10 million is allocated in two windows. One window of $9.5 million. That window is to provide equitable and affordable access to quality education opportunities, professional development to enhance career prospects, to promote TVET education, to promote vocational courses leading to the CVQ level 3, to finance undergraduate and postgraduate degree programs, Mr. Speaker. And especially targeted towards displaced and vulnerable youth, professionals requesting further training within their specialized areas, young entrepreneurs looking to improve their skills, Mr. Speaker. That loan will be at 4.75% to the students. So the spread will be 4% for the bank. The bank is borrowing at 75.75% from the SLDB. On loan to students at 4.75%. A 4% spread, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the maximum loan is $200,000 with a maximum of $300,000 for law, medicine, engineering, and architecture. These are expensive courses, Mr. Speaker. So the maximum loan of $200,000 for that, Mr. Speaker. And the CDB, the SLDB, will finance 100% of the cost of these studies. So you would need no deposit, Mr. Speaker. 100% of the cost, Mr. Speaker. The loan maturity is going to be 17 years. The student will have 17 years to repay, and there is a grace period of 100% of principal payments during study. So while you're studying, you haven't got to pay anything, not even principal, Mr. Speaker. The full capitalization of interest is allowed for a further 6 months grace period on completion of studies. So after 6 months, then you begin to pay your interest, Mr. Speaker. And the loan can be used for tuition fees, boarding, lodging, books, transportation, and meals, Mr. Speaker. The security would be a mortgage, bill of sale on movable property. Again, Mr. Speaker, coming back to our movable. And so, Mr. Speaker, when they try to pretend as if this government doesn't know what it's doing and this government is lost, Mr. Speaker. Look at how it put itself together. Look at that. We have the movable assets bill that guarantees business, and the same movable assets bill can guarantee students' loans. So if you happen to be what is called a non-entity, you are still able, if you were called a non-entity, you are still able, Mr. Speaker, to use your movable asset to send your children to school. That's what you call empowerment. That's the difference between us, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're about, empowerment, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, and you can use the SLDB Student Loan Guarantee Fund, which I'm going to talk to in a moment, Mr. Speaker. The second window is a window of $500,000, $500,000. That's the second window. Remember I said it was $10 million, 9.5 for what I said a while ago, and now $500,000 for the second window, Mr. Speaker. And this window specifically targets vulnerable and marginalized solutions to improve technical and vocational skills at accredited institutions. Note the words, Mr. Speaker. Vulnerable and marginalized solutions. Mr. Speaker, the specially targeted groups are displaced and vulnerable youth, Mr. Speaker. Applicants must be within ages of 18 and 30 years, and it also finances a tertiary school education, Mr. Speaker. Note, Mr. Speaker, note, $500,000 will go towards these sources. And the interest rate is 4% because the target market comprises of people who are more vulnerable. The interest rate is 4%, Mr. Speaker. And there's certain criteria to borrow that money, Mr. Speaker. The house is a member of a household which annual income of under $36,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, again, empowerment. To be able to get that loan, your total income at your home, in your household, must be not be more than $36,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. $3,000 a month. So the mother, the father, everybody in the income must not be more than $36,000 a month. Specifically targeting these people. And we make no apologies for targeting these people. We don't think they are mendicants. We don't think they are mendicants. We don't think so, Mr. Speaker. We don't think so. Mr. Speaker, that person must be a member of a household with a high dependency ratio, 3-to-1, with at least 2 children below the age of 18, or is a member of a vulnerable group, children of displaced or indigent, children of disabled or indigent parents. Must be a member of that group, Mr. Speaker. Must be a member of that group, Mr. Speaker. Or is a member of a household benefiting from social assistance and recommended by the government of St. Lucia. But Mr. Speaker, so even if you have all these issues, even if your parents are disabled, even if your household gets less than $36,000 a month, you still have a right to education, and you can go to a bank and get it guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, the maximum loan under that scheme is $40,000. And the preferred mode of study is regional, local, or distant learning. The maturity for these loans is 10 years, Mr. Speaker. The grace period there's a grace period during the period of study, and you start to capitalize after 6 months, Mr. Speaker. It's used to pay tuition fees, boarding and lodging, and books, Mr. Speaker, transportation and meals. And the collateral security, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, could be one guarantor for capacity to repay. But, Mr. Speaker, for these loans, Mr. Speaker, the bank has set up a student loan guarantee fund. the bank, from its own resources, Mr. Speaker, and following the government's mandate, the bank has set up a student loan guarantee fund. So even if you do not have the collateral and the bank believes that you are capable, the bank will set up a special guarantee fund which will provide collateral support for high performing students without the economic means to otherwise secure loan funding. The bank is providing from its own resources a guarantee for students who have none of the collateral security I spoke about. None. They have no movable assets, they have no mortgage, they have nobody to pay. The bank is using 4.5%. They've set up a special $4.5 million guarantee for these kind of students. There is no security, but the bank is guaranteed. Once the bank thinks you are eligible, you have to be, and it has to be for the highest performing student. And that's the criteria. You have to be high performing. So Mr. Speaker, so all the bright children, all the children who are brilliant, Mr. Speaker, I don't use them, who are brilliant, Mr. Speaker, but they can't afford. They have no guarantee, Mr. Speaker. They have no collateral. You pan pièce baka. You pan pièce non, you pan pièce baka. Depuis you connect, depuis you intelligent, et que you voulez travailler. You need ambition, and you have discipline, Mr. Speaker. Discipline is important, because I always tell the boys, my brothers and sisters in what they call the ghetto. I don't think they have any ghettos, but they call it the ghetto. They must be disciplined, and they must be able to exercise restraint, Mr. Speaker. Discipline and restraint, Mr. Speaker. And I could probably give a story about a discussion I had with a young man in my constituency who has just come from over there. But that's for another time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that 4.5 million guarantee by the bank is aimed at providing a security option for the youth desirous of pursuing a course of study, whether it's technical, vocational, professional, at a locally accredited institution and via distant learning. The guarantee facility will be an avenue for promoting education opportunities for underprivileged youth. The main feature is that the guarantee can be used by all youth based on available student lines of credit to the limit of the guarantee, and approval will be subject to the applicants meeting eligibility criteria of the guarantee scheme. The target market, Mr. Speaker, is youth, as I said before, pursuing vocational and professional studies with a local institution and via distant learning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the guarantee fund of $3 million will be leveraged 1 to 1.5. Total value of loans guaranteed should not surpass $4.5 million. So the bank will guarantee its own $4.5 million out of the $10 million facility generally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bank will have to protect the funds, and therefore a guarantee must be managed with robust risk conditions and approved for study options with lower probability of default, Mr. Speaker. That's expected, Mr. Speaker. There are certain conditions, Mr. Speaker. The applicant should be between the age of 18 to 45. Refinancing is not permitted. Postgraduate studies are not permitted, and the maximum loan guarantee is $60,000, Mr. Speaker. That's the maximum loan guarantee, Mr. Speaker. The mode of study must be local and distant learning. The minimum loan guarantee is $3,000. The maximum loan guarantee $60,000, Mr. Speaker. And the program must be on a priority list of certification programs from reputable service providers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and the bank has got a grant from the American government of $250,000 to help them administer these fees, Mr. Speaker. Because the government, Mr. Speaker, is paying special attention to the St. Lucia Development Bank. Special attention, Mr. Speaker. Because the government has, as I said before, when I was in the opposition, I made a point when the then government was reintroducing the St. Lucia Development Bank. I said that if it is your policy to reintroduce the bank, you have to capitalize it, Mr. Speaker. I made this point. The bank had been undercapitalized, and this government, when we attained the reins of government in 2021, we began to recapitalize the St. Lucia Development Bank, and this process is continuing, Mr. Speaker, because we believe that the St. Lucia Development Bank cannot be only there for profit maximization. It's going to have a developmental focus, but at the same time, it cannot be run as a charitable institution. So it must be able to strike the balance between profit and achieving the economic priorities of the government. And that is why the youth economy, the medium and small MSME program, now the student loan program, and, Mr. Speaker, a major announcement will be made shortly on a housing program for the people of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday at our regular cabinet meeting, I was having a discussion with my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and I said to them, just envisage a St. Lucia which doesn't, that good governance is not replaced by bluff and fluff. I said to them, Mr. Speaker, just imagine a country, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about education. Let's talk about education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last week we went to the African Export-Import Bank to get $10 million to refurbish schools in the country. Last week. That is the physical school plan, Mr. Speaker. Last week. Just before, we went into the contingency fund to repair schools that were damaged by Tropical Storm Brett. Physical, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are here guaranteeing a loan for students to be able to pursue our policy of one university graduate per household, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, we did the first generation scholarship, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because we believe that education is the great leveler. Education, Mr. Speaker. And I always say to young people, it is better that you educated, that you qualified, and you have no employment yet, than you not qualified, you're not educated, and you still have no employment. When you're educated, Mr. Speaker, when you have qualifications, the world is open to you. It's not going to be easy. You need the discipline, you need the perseverance, Mr. Speaker. And there are many men and women around this table, Mr. Speaker, who show what discipline, dedication can do for them in the future, Mr. Speaker. Many men in this cabinet and beyond, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'm very, very pleased to associate myself with this guarantee, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to associate myself, Mr. Speaker. I also want to compliment the St. Lucia Development Bank for doing that guarantees, for approving from their resources that guarantees of $4.75 billion. But I want to warn them, Mr. Speaker, that the people are expecting from them performance. The people are expecting that when they go to the bank, they get well treated, and the turnaround time, Mr. Speaker, between application and approval becomes shorter, and it has less red tape, Mr. Speaker. The youth economy, the funds are going to be there shortly, Mr. Speaker. The housing policy I spoke about, we speak about later, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask members to support this motion. It's part of the government's philosophy. It's part of the government's ideology The words philosophy and ideology appear to have lost these days, Mr. Speaker. These days it's just a matter of bluff and talk well and talk with accent and deny where you're from and say you come from all kind of countries, Mr. Speaker. Deny it. Encourage people to be ashamed of their country. You want to encourage people, you want to encourage people to be ashamed of their country, Mr. Speaker? It's times when people don't want to the Lord don't want you to say where you come from. They don't want to say where you're born. There are times when you mustn't be proud to say I'm a product of St. Lucia. Or your father was a policeman, Mr. Speaker, and even though your father is dead, they still lie on him. These are the times, Mr. Speaker, these are times that are encouraged, Mr. Speaker. Encouraged. Because we have lost political power. But, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague says, we will keep our eye on the prize, we will protect the victory, and we will stay focused. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000, the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank, to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 17 years, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later date as the bank specifies in writing. B, the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, the interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. Member for Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee you I will not address you with any degree of longevity, and I want to thank my colleague for deferring to me, the member for Castries Southeast. You know, Mr. Speaker, when certain motions... Castries South, sorry. When certain motions are placed on the table of this august chamber, Mr. Speaker, certain eventualities just jump to the forefront of your mind, and you feel the compunction to at least remind persons of how far we have come insofar as education is concerned. Mr. Speaker, we have been taught from time immemorial that education is the only tool that men who have less melanin in their skin can use to get themselves out of poverty. And that is a fact. Personally, I hail from the village of Miku. My mother and father were agriculturists planting bananas. And on the proceeds of banana sales, they were able to school 11 of us. Not Miku. They were able to school, Mr. Speaker, 11 of us. At some point, when I felt in my personal life that my educational ability was left in abeyance, I sought and received acceptance by the University of the West Indies to read a degree in public administration and law, eventually becoming a lawyer, Mr. Speaker. But it was not without a loan from the St. Lucia Development Bank. And I want to compliment the founders of St. Lucia Development Bank, because they too had a role to play in my personal development. So, Mr. Speaker, education Education, Mr. Speaker, cannot be taken lightly. And this government, under the astute leadership, under the unparalleled leadership of Philip Joseph Pierre, understands that. He too is a child of a police officer and a teacher, average workers. And the only thing, like I said, that could adopt a generational trend of progress is the foundation has to be education. The unfortunate thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes when statements are made because of the vulnerability and gullibility of our people, irrespective of how insolent the person who remarked whatever he or she remarked, no matter how they insult our people, because they don't understand, they will embrace the insult as though they are being applauded or complimented. So when a leader refers to them as being 43%ers, Mr. Speaker, he was tacitly indicating to them that none of you are educated, and they applauded. When a leader could tell persons in view fort that you are good at taking care of horses, Mr. Speaker, he will not tell them, I will educate you. He will not tell them, I will develop a program to have one university graduate per household. Nothing on the educational front, but he sees them as being good caretaker, horses caretakers, or whatever you want to call them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister alluded to this, and it was very, very disheartening. Again, Mr. Speaker, you know, it was the renowned Bob Marley who echoed those sentiments. A man without knowledge of his past is like a tree without roots. And when a leader who was an ex-prime minister, who had the reins of leadership of this country under his belt, could open his mouth and say that down the line St. Lucians will be ashamed to say that they are from St. Lucia, this is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. And it is an indictment, I dare say, on those persons who applauded that comment. And that's a sad thing. They were born St. Lucians who he appealed to. Don't tell me on the altar of political patronage, Mr. Speaker, you are compromising. You are compromising your race. You are compromising your history. And you are showing blatantly how unintelligent you are. This is sad. Sad day for us. Haiti has had its history. And the Prime Minister put it quite eloquently. I cannot even go down that road. I dare not to. But Mr. Speaker, Haiti, unfortunately at this time, is going through an era that no country would want to go through. Haiti doesn't have a government now. Haiti is being run by bandits and criminals. Is that what a prime minister who once led this country wishes for us? Is that what he wants for us? Rather than saying I'm looking for a 95% literacy rate, I'm trying to bring the literacy rate in St. Lucia the highest in the Caribbean. You are saying that we would be ashamed to say we are St. Lucians. You know, and how can we as a people, and Mr. Speaker, we cannot run away from our history. We are descendants of the slave era. That's what we are. That's who we are as a people. All our laws and our dancing came about because of the freedom we enjoyed when we had this indentured period, and eventually we were freed. Our ancestors were freed. And today you want to remind us, as though colonialism had a conscience is not enough, as though whipping us. He asks that we be flogged, Mr. Speaker. One man in this parliament, one man in this chamber is, well, call it hereditary, different from us. And he asks that the majority of us be flogged because that is what he understands, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't understand education. He does not understand education. He said to beat us into submission, because that is what his ancestors did to ours. Treated us as products, as commodities, as goods. And if you're not good enough, throw you in the sea. And he brings it back. St. Lucians would be ashamed to see their St. Lucians. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I saw this bill today, this motion today, it reminded me of some post I saw on the leader of the opposition's Facebook page. It reminded me, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, gloated, boasted on his page. Education is the key. Keep on sharing our children. Let's provide them with the tools. Mr. Speaker, I read the post and I said to myself, Monsieur Nietzsche, because Mr. Speaker, he was able to secure those educational amenities because of an allocation made to him by the generous Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre. He was able to buy laptops. He was able to buy school books. He was able to buy pencils. And he brags about it publicly. Give the children the tools to become our future leaders. The question is, Mr. Speaker, you flip that coin. Where was any element of reciprocity in this man? You were Prime Minister, the most prolonged period in any one term in this country, over 5 years. You presided over the resources of this country, treated them as your own, did not give the 6 opposition members not $1 to buy a notebook. And as my friend, my colleague from Denry North has quite appropriately coined it, constituency. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, the shamelessness that characterizes this individual it's actually fearful. When those guys have no shame like that and they brag about their shamelessness, you have to be afraid of them. Because today you can show off that this government is nothing like you. Provide you with state resources to take care of the very poor people whom you want to be tomorrow's leaders. And for over 5 years, in 6 constituencies, you never for once remembered the poor people in those constituencies. You never. You know, and I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, each and every one of us, the Bible says, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. But I'll tell you this leader of the opposition has manifested a blatant wickedness against poor people. A blatant wickedness, because to deprive poor people of resources and today to be gloating about even roads, she make affect she may. By a very deed, the conduct of a prime minister who, when you were prime minister, never did anything of the likes. Mr. Speaker, not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, in my capacity as minister in charge of Proud, I remember we had 2 ceremonies where we had persons who had been on the land very long. One of the things I said, let us cause those persons' deeds to be registered. Give them the land, $1.50 a square foot. Give them their deeds. And I remember two persons, one at City Council saying, Bodye merci, a cholma mwen te mwen papier te mwen sa pou lona lay pou vwen yish mwen l'école. And then they fell into a conversation, and basically two of them echoing similar sentiments. So, Mr. Speaker, you know what that means today? It means, Mr. Speaker, persons are seeing their dreams come to reality. Persons are saying that, look, this is a government that cares. This is a government that touches the desires of the average Tom, Dick, or Harry that fall within the periphery of this country, Mr. Speaker. But no, I don't know if you remember, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, when the leader of the opposition was Prime Minister, he made every attempt to close down Sir Arthur. Every attempt was made to close down Sir Arthur. That is a fact. The University of the West Indies came down here. They are giving us priority in the OECS. And they wanted to set up a campus here. What did he do? He chased them. He chased them. And they went and set up shop in Antigua. No scruples, no concern about educating the public of this country, because they want to fool us into believing they have mixed degree. We don't have that in St. Lucia. No mixed degree. You know, Mr. Speaker, and you can see, Mr. Speaker, the government that is truly interested in the welfare and education of those of our St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. And so I want to let St. Lucians know that I, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure all my colleagues would wholeheartedly, and if I have another heart to be imported from somewhere, double-heartedly support any bill that will cause our people to rise out of poverty. I rest here, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Speaker and member for Miku North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I honestly think if I did not stand to support this motion this afternoon, I'll be doing myself and persons with a similar background or persons who come from a similar walk of life like myself a disservice. But I only have one regret, Mr. Speaker. As I sat down there and I was reflecting, I only had one regret. My only regret is that I think the member for Castries East should have been the Prime Minister maybe 15 or 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker. This is my only regret. And Mr. Speaker, I say that because I say that, Mr. Speaker, because I have to bring my own personal life experience into the fray here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I grew up, my mother has 10 of us, I'm the eldest. I never really had a father figure in our life, Mr. Speaker. Never had what we call backup, Mr. Speaker. Unlike maybe some of us had teachers and police officers, Mr. Speaker, I did not have the privilege of having a teacher and a police officer as my parents, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, when I went to primary school, secondary school, I did very well. I went to SAFA, I continued doing very well, Mr. Speaker. And then a young man, several brothers and sisters behind you want to become a role model to them, Mr. Speaker, and you really aspire to attain higher education. And I remember when I was a policeman, a young policeman, Mr. Speaker, at the time, I barely had any savings in the bank. And those persons who were around me, they encouraged me, tell me, you know, you really need to go back to school, Jeremiah. Even my past teachers would tell me, Jeremiah, you really have to find a way to go back to school. You're too bright to tell me that you're just going to stop there. I see the member for Castries South nodding his head in approval when I said I was too bright. But, but Mr. Speaker, I remember applying to the University of the West Indies, and I remember getting accepted. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, you know there are requirements that you must meet. I have no land, I have no house, I have no backer. And Mr. Speaker, on 2 occasions I had to defer my acceptance because I really did not have the means to be able to attend university. Then one time I became very excited because I remember it was Dr. Bird and Dr. Stephen King. And they will have, I think, a program for RISE. There were some scholarships, and I remember that very clearly. I went to the Safa Louis Community College, went through the entire process. Everything was looking very bright, Mr. Speaker, until you get to the part where they said that I need 2 persons to sign as guarantors. And I could not find one person under the sun, Mr. Speaker, not one, to be able to sign for me, far less 2. So you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, how when I say that I wish that the Prime Minister was Prime Minister then, Mr. Speaker. And these are the problems that this motion, the problem that this motion tends to solve. It's not going to do everything that we want to do, Mr. Speaker, but this is a very, very impactful motion, especially for people like myself. And I know that there are many children, many young men and women, Mr. Speaker, who share a similar story. They may not be able to come to the Parliament to say what their experiences were like. But I think that is why, Mr. Speaker, I had to stand to give expression to the voices of those persons, Mr. Speaker, who usually would not have that nenen, that power, that person who could push them to where they want to go. They don't have that person to give them that bang. And this is why I believe, Mr. Speaker, one day, my own personal story, as the Prime Minister always says about his book, my personal story will be worth telling, maybe worth documenting, Mr. Speaker. Because I reflect on where I came from and where I am today. And it has not been an easy journey. But what has made me proud, Mr. Speaker, is to be part of this current cabinet of men and women. To be proud, to be part of a team led by the Prime Minister. And I don't say that because I expect an increase in my CDP. I don't say that. I say that with the utmost sincerity and honesty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at the problems that the ordinary man and woman, that the person who come from a similar background with me would face, Mr. Speaker. Housing. I came from a little 1-bedroom house, sleeping on the floor with all my brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker. And these are, I think, that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet have made a deliberate attempt, Mr. Speaker, to help solve these problems that ordinary men, that disadvantaged individuals face. I look at scholarships, Mr. Speaker, laptops. So, Mr. Speaker, I could not have afforded a laptop. My brothers and sisters could not have afforded a laptop. But through direct intervention by the St. Lucia Labour Party, my brothers and sisters were privileged to have gone to school and to have had a laptop when they were going to school. And what this does, Mr. Speaker, it gives you an opportunity to compete with the persons who may be of a different class, or persons who may be or come from a different household, Mr. Speaker. Their household may be able to afford a little more than yours. It gives the young people like myself, I'm saying, okay, I say that and I get a little emotional because nobody really gave you an opportunity, Mr. Speaker. If you don't have a name, and the honest truth is that is how it is in this country. If you don't have a name and you don't have somebody who is behind you, it is very difficult, Mr. Speaker, to be able to navigate. But now, with this motion, Mr. Speaker, we're able to address these things. And I'm looking forward to seeing the amount of young boys, young people who come from, and I have to always make mention to where I came from, Mr. Speaker, because I'm proud of where I came from. And the man that I am today is because of the experiences that I had to endure to get to where I am today. And as I said, I feel obligated to make a case on behalf of those persons, Mr. Speaker, who may never make it to this House of Parliament, or who may never be able to speak to a minister, or who does not have an uncle or brother who works in the bank who may be able to support them. And this motion will go a long way in addressing the problems, the difficulties, the hurdles that young people, Mr. Speaker, face, especially those of them in Mikud North, Mr. Speaker. I know quite a few students who on an ordinary day would outperform most of the students in their class. And this gives me hope, Mr. Speaker, because I have a little sister, Haley, who just came. I think she topped there was a math competition at the district level and she topped, Mr. Speaker. And She went on to represent District 5 at the national level. And I look at the amount of potential that Haley has, how bright Haley is, Mr. Speaker, and ask myself, if it was not for direct interventions like this one, would Haley have to quit school or stop at secondary level because she does not have a line of credit that she can access to be able to go to school? Is it a situation where we have people are not able to see or achieve their full potential because of their inability to access funds to be able to go to school? So, Mr. Speaker, when we bring this motion to the House, I think, and I know that the member for Choiseul, he already said to me personally that he's going to stand in support of this motion. And you can see by the smile on his face, Mr. Speaker, that he agrees. But I want to commend the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for not just this motion, Mr. Speaker. We look at the policy direction of this current administration. And the policy direction is a direct picture of what the Prime Minister wants for St. Lucia. And he always makes mention of the fact that he understands what the ordinary man goes through. And you can see it, Mr. Speaker, through the motions that are brought here, the bills that we debate here. You can see that the Prime Minister actually understands what ordinary people go through, because I'm an ordinary man and everything that he has done resonates with me and persons or people who come from the same class as I did. So I want to commend the member for Castries East, Mr. Speaker, for seeing it necessary to be able to bring this motion to this House. I know that the SLDB will do their utmost in terms of flexibility and not make some of the processes too difficult and strenuous and complicated. We know some of these things can involve a lot of administrative red tape, but I know that under the watch of the Prime Minister that he will do everything to ensure that there is a smooth transition from wanting the loan to actually getting it. So with that, I just want to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that I stood in this honorable House to lend my voice in support to this motion. I want to say thank you to the Prime Minister and the member for Castries East for seeing the need to bring this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to voice my support for this motion which is before us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion is a very clear statement of our party and the government's commitment to our stated principle of putting people first. For me personally, Mr. Speaker, it is policy actions like these that make me labor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the member from Miko North, and he gave his own personal experiences and why this is important. Like him, Mr. Speaker, I can speak of my own personal experiences and why I'm so proud to be part of a government that is going to implement this program, Mr. Speaker. The member from Castries East spoke about individuals in the country who do not have BACA, who do not have name. And I remember my mother's own words, Mr. Speaker, to her boys, Mr. Speaker, on the bridge, that upani no upani BACA, c'est éducation qui a fait un homme. That it is education that will make us something in this life, Mr. Speaker. And I remember the struggles we had to go through to reach university, Mr. Speaker. I know what I had to go through. And I had to go through it within a context of political victimization. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues in here would remember, I used to be a student leader, youth leader in the NYC, and what we went through. That we could not get scholarships. You didn't even think of getting scholarships. I remember what I had to go through, Mr. Speaker. Today is not the day to tell some of those tales. But I remember the struggle to go to university. I had to go to university. I could not have had the A-level results I had and not end up in a university. And when, Mr. Speaker, I could not get, not even economic costs, Mr. Speaker, I left to go to university not even knowing how I would pay for my second year at university. But something in me told me I had to go on that journey. And of course, I had persons like Mario Michel, deceased Henry Charles, Lilia Ogis, and a few others that inspired me and pushed me and my mother and my brothers to just go, Mr. Speaker. Something will work out. And my mother is a mother of tremendous faith. Tremendous faith. And she told me something will work out. It's a long story and will not repeat it today. But I went on, Mr. Speaker, finished university, became a Cambridge scholar, and eventually at the London School of Economics. And it's because of my experiences, Mr. Speaker, I have dedicated myself to always assisting young people and a commitment to development, Mr. Speaker, that this Labour Party practices and forever stands for, Mr. Speaker. It is why I am Labour. Think about this, Mr. Speaker. They've had student loans before in this country. In fact, the general manager of the St. Lucia Development Bank, when I first got to know him, he was student loan officer at the St. Lucia Development Bank many, many years ago. We actually became friends later on. He was my roommate when we were at university. So they've had student loans before. But there's something radical and revolutionary about this. And if you listen carefully to what the Prime Minister was saying, you'd realize this is not the ordinary student loan facility. This is deep. This is different. This is transformational. If you dissect it, Mr. Speaker, it offers a facility that has three distinct components. There is a loan of the 10 million that is broken up into 9.5 million and 500,000. And there's a third component that the St. Lucia Development Bank is offering. But let us take a look at those components and how different they are and why this is so special, Mr. Speaker. The 9.5% is akin to the traditional loan facility that we knew. You apply for a loan, you have a concessionary interest rate, you have your collateral, your land paper, you have your other papers, and you can qualify. There is one difference which is also important. For the first time now, your movable property can be a security. For the first time. Why is that important? In the past, you had to have immovable property as security. Land, house, cash, reserves. Now, if your mother is a seamstress and she has 3 or 4 machines, sewing machines, she can use that as security for the first component under the $9.5 million. So in addition to being the traditional offering, the security options have expanded and ordinary people can offer what they have, as security. Yeah. And of course, there's a second distinct change in it. There is no deposit required. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, some students said to me that the best moment of their life was when they paid the last student loan repayments. That burden of paying a student loan every month taken off their shoulders. But let's look at the second component, the 500,000. That one introduces something which is totally different. Where, Mr. Speaker, and I want to repeat what the Prime Minister stated, Mr. Speaker. Listen to this. This is for displaced and vulnerable youth. Displaced and vulnerable youth is a member of a household with annual income of under 46,000. Is a member of a vulnerable group where there is children of disabled or indigent parents, or a member of a household benefiting from social assistance and recommended by the government of St. Lucia. So it says, Mr. Speaker, if you do not have all the collaterals for you to get some loan to support you, Mr. Speaker, You can go in there once you qualify because of your social incomes, your income status, and qualify for assistance. But why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Let me tell you. This government, in addition to this facility, is pursuing the one graduate per household. And the member for Denry North, Minister of Education, will tell you the amount of partial scholarships and grants that we are giving to make sure students go and get degrees. Now, when you give a student a partial scholarship to go to university and they cannot get the balance of the money to pay for boarding, lodging, and other expenses, the partial scholarship becomes useless. Now, if you're from a challenged home and the government gives you a partial scholarship and you accept it, and then all of a sudden, midway through the first year, the second year, you have to come back to the ministry and say, I cannot finish the degree because I don't have the means. And the ministry says, but we gave you a partial scholarship. It's up to you to go and find the money. The truth is they cannot find it. This will now take care of this problem. This will now take care of this problem. So students who are getting assistance but cannot find the money, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in the last year, the number of students that have approached me asking for help, the member from Sufra, I remember how many times she has raised in cabinet and telling the minister, how many students have reached out to her, they overseas, they cannot finish their degree. The Minister of Education himself has explained to us in cabinet, especially in the post-COVID period, the number of St. Lucian students who are overseas and cannot complete their degrees. And I'm sure he'll speak some more about it. This, Mr. Speaker, will now provide the support to them. This will provide it. And remember, that's not the first component. These are persons who do not have any collateral or any security. But they have started, Mr. Speaker, that journey. And the third one, which I'm really, really excited about, Mr. Speaker, is the monies that the SLDB is putting aside, $4.5 million, Mr. Speaker, for persons who have absolutely, Mr. Speaker, no collateral, no guarantor. They have nothing, Mr. Speaker. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And they need support to get a tertiary education. These, Mr. Speaker, are the ones we should be most excited for, Mr. Speaker. Because they have a dream, Mr. Speaker. They have a desire, Mr. Speaker, that they can go and get a degree or some professional qualification, and they have no means, Mr. Speaker, whatsoever. None. And like the member from Miko North says, and some people might believe it's a joke, he could not even get one guarantor. Far less two. Now, some people might say, that's for real? They can't believe anybody in St. Lucia cannot get two people to sign a guarantor form for them. It is real, Mr. Speaker. Some people don't have the backer, they don't have the name, and they cannot find anyone, Mr. Speaker. I know a lot of people in my constituency, young men and women, who would want two guarantors, and they cannot get one. Because they come to me and I have to tell them, as a politician, they don't accept me being a guarantor. Mr. Speaker, this will assist them, Mr. Speaker. This will assist them. So by this new offering, the loan provision and the SLDB loan guarantee scheme, we are offering a broader package of support for the young people in particular of this country who wish to go to university, and those who doing it, whether it's distant, whether it is locally or overseas, for them to be able to boast that they have received the necessary qualifications. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a difference to what we have ever had in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this is consistent with a broader policy of putting people first. Let me tell you, this December, Mr. Speaker, is a very good month. Let's all admit it is difficult economic times. Globally, Mr. Speaker, we see the effects of inflation. We see the effects of the lingering the lag, Mr. Speaker, and the lasting effects of supply chain issues, we see it all over the world. We see what's happening in our own country with rising prices. And the Prime Minister often says they blame him for everything, like he's Prime Minister of the whole world. So when prices increase in St. Lucia, it's Philip J. Pierre that's causing it. When the entire world is going through inflationary challenges. And I notice, Mr. Speaker, the member from Soufre will be holding a national consultation on inflation to come up with ideas as to how we can deal with rising prices. And today we will be dealing with the Consumer Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, to give us the power to deal with some of those issues. But that's for later, Mr. Speaker. So we are aware of the challenges that our constituents, the people of St. Lucia, face. But we are doing something about it. And this government is showing over and over that it is prepared to do something to make the lives of our citizens better. The Prime Minister announced the one-time payment to pensioners of $600, Mr. Speaker, to help them through this difficult period. Right now, throughout this country, I'm sure even a member from Strozel probably have persons working in his constituency. Not enough. I don't have enough either. I tried to ask the Prime Minister to give me even more, but he couldn't give me more. And he couldn't give me more because he had to give you. But Mr. Speaker, throughout the country, for those persons, some people call them unemployables, some say they have challenges to find jobs, we are creating some employment opportunity for them to have some money for the season. Small projects throughout this country, Mr. Speaker. Power washing steps, cutting over bushes, building drains throughout the country, because we recognize the need, especially in this season, to create opportunities for our people. In fact, so much is happening, they said that's why the march failed. No, I didn't say it. That's what was said. I didn't hear you say it, member, but I heard another person on your side say it. Because there are so many people in St. Lucia working through step or having contracts that the people did not have time to come to the match or to even bother with them on the match. But that, if you ever wanted greater validation of the nonsense that's going on, that is it. That the people are so busy working, they have no time to go on a march. So it just tells you the futility of what you're doing. But Mr. Speaker, again, it's because we care about the people. And then if you thought that was not enough, there are persons of higher income earning in this country that have been waiting for years for the checks from the Inland Revenue. And how much is being paid this month? $10 million is being paid this month for persons who have rebates at the Inland Revenue Department. So right across, Mr. Speaker, whether you're at the bottom and you call unemployable, whether you're just unemployed, or whether you're middle or upper middle, you will get something this month, Mr. Speaker. It's because of our recognition that we need to always put the people first and to find ways and means, Mr. Speaker, of assisting the people. So this facility is consistent with the approach of the government. So when you hear, Mr. Speaker, a particular individual, the member from Miko South, who is not here, I could not imagine how somebody would not want to be in this house to express support for this revolutionary student loan facility, say that a day will come when St. Lucians will be ashamed to say that they are St. Lucians. It's a very painful statement. That if things in this country continue as they are, a day will come when St. Lucians will be ashamed to say they are from St. Lucia. I will never be ashamed to say that I'm from St. Lucia. Never. I may be critical of a particular government policy. I may lament the challenges we face in our country, the problems that we face, but I will never be ashamed to say that I'm a St. Lucia. Never. And it's only somebody who doesn't understand the essence of being St. Lucian that will say something like this. Right. Think about it, Mr. Speaker. It's a very deep statement. And like I've said to some people, forget the Haiti part. That takes it to a different level. That takes it to a different level. Nobody who thinks St. Lucia, who believes in St. Lucia, who breathes that air that we breathe every day in St. Lucia can ever think that there will be a day when they'll be ashamed to say that they are St. Lucian? Well, if the way things have been done in St. Lucia means more loans for students, even students who have no guarantor, no collateral, no security, Panipies no, Panipies Baka can now get assistance, then trust me, we will all be glad and we'll be singing our national anthem with even greater conviction. Mr. Speaker, let me end by wishing all my constituents a Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, I know, Mr. Speaker, this month we've really tried our very best to offer as much as we can. So many parliamentarians, and I want to offer to my colleagues on the other side as well, the best for the season, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the member from Shrewsbury will invite me as usual to have a drink with him, Mr. Speaker. So you want me to invite you? And we'll have a very good conversation. But Mr. Speaker, I'm really, really glad, Mr. Speaker, that this government has sought to do as much as it can this season to help out our people. Employing as many as we can, Mr. Speaker, as I said, in quite a few contracts throughout the constituency. We'll be giving out hampers to the sick and shut-in. We'll be giving out vouchers, Mr. Speaker, and I'm anxiously awaiting my vouchers, Mr. Speaker, because the number of individuals who are asking me, Mr. Speaker, that they want to start buying their groceries and they did not get step, Mr. Speaker, they did not get contract. And Mr. Speaker, is the vouchers they want, Mr. Speaker. So some will get the step, Mr. Speaker, some will get the small contract, Mr. Speaker, some will get the vouchers, Mr. Speaker, the sick and shut-in will get the hampers, Mr. Speaker, and the children's parties, Mr. Speaker. I've had one in Basso Joseph, one in Marigo, I have one coming up in Banan, one coming in Mr. Speaker, and one in Cicera. And we'll top it up, Mr. Speaker, with a solo night, Mr. Speaker, in Basso Joseph. Well, they'll have Montego Bay will be there, and Woolly Tite, Mr. Speaker. And we're really trying our best, Mr. Speaker, to create, Mr. Speaker, a season of goodwill and a season of cheer, Mr. Speaker. We know it's difficult times, but this government is working for you, Mr. Speaker. This government is making sure that we put people first, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, those who cannot care to recognize that there is progress taking place, despite the global challenges, Mr. Speaker, they will feel it at the anointed time, Mr. Speaker. And I'm looking forward to next year with greater anticipation. The Prime Minister keeps talking about those big announcements that he's going to make at the budget, Mr. Speaker. If only I could go and sleep on the 41st and wake up on budget day, I would, Mr. Speaker, just to hear those big announcements, Mr. Speaker. But we all dedicated to working harder for our constituents and the people of our constituencies. I won't say all the things that I have planned for my constituency for next year, Mr. Speaker, because I know, Mr. Speaker, next year is the start of some major implementation, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I support the motion before us.
The member for Castries South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion of the borrowing of $3.7 million towards.
I remember it's a guarantee.
A guarantee, sorry, of $3.7 million to the educational sector. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put this in the context of the social sector. And every time we come to this house, Mr. Speaker, beaming from the presentations being made, you would have observed that the major sectors of this country is always at the forefront of this government: education, health, and social services. Mr. Speaker, all of these three sectors are carrying to ordinary St. Lucians support in a way that is unprecedented. Mr. Speaker, I just need to remind St. Lucians of the other sectors what is happening as I just glean into what is happening at this time. Mr. Speaker, I could inform you that under this short-term employment program, there's over 7,000 persons working today on the street under the short-term employment program. On this island, 7,000 persons under the STEP program. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, we have the income support program, the social services. And this is geared towards an additional 5,000 persons receiving $1,500 each. And Mr. Speaker, under the income support, we have to double or give a horizontal increase to persons receiving public assistance. That means if this month they were receiving $400, we will double it. So over 3,500 persons will be receiving on the PAP an additional amount in 1 month. Persons with disability will be receiving additional support. And all of this is what the government is doing in the month of December. Public assistance, income support, and short-term employment program. Mr. Speaker, let me not talk about the food vouchers and support. More than 30,000 people will be benefiting in the month of December, 32,000 people through this government initiative. But why? Why would a government of the Labour Party be doing such? Well, there's a philosophy that the Prime Minister spoke about. There is an ideology, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to bring into the conversation the issue of education and how I feel about what the Prime Minister is doing. Mr. Speaker, I've always believed that you must tell the people the truth about yourself so they will understand. Mr. Speaker, after I did so bad in primary school, I did bad in primary school. I don't know why, but I did bad in primary school to the extent that I did not go through common entrance. In fact, on graduation day, I realized I was at school for the years before when I saw people graduating. So my mother had to beg Mr. Nathaniel, and I got a chance to go to Entryville Secondary School, and I did well. I did well. For the first time, I moved from 41st to becoming first in class, and honestly, I have not changed since then, coming first in class. But Mr. Speaker, there's something that transpired between Sir Arthur Lewis and receiving a scholarship to go to school overseas in Jamaica. My home didn't have a telephone, so I completed an application to get a scholarship. And I have a unique name then, Joachim Andre Henry. And in those days, it was the phones that made noise. I didn't have one at home, so my cousin next door, I know the phone number up to now. I suspect it's changed now, but I know the phone number. So I gave that in the application. The phone number rang, and I heard, my aunt called, Auntie TSA. When I went, they said, "Are you Joachim Andre Henry?" "Yes." "Come to the training department because there's a scholarship for you." Well, of course, I walked from Bakatel to reach Bernard's Hill, and I do not know at what speed I was walking, but I got there in quick time. And when they looked at Joachim Andre Henry, they probably surprised who he looked like. I know. They said, "We made a mistake." That's what they told me. They made a mistake. Really? You cannot make a mistake with Joachim Andre Henry. And I was not given the scholarship to do land surveying. And they said, "Try again the following year." I tried, And they had mercy on me because they remembered my face. They said there's no land surveying, and I was offered, they said, are you interested in quantity surveying? Well, I had nothing doing sitting in Bacatel on the streets, so I decided to go to Jamaica and do quantity surveying, and here I am today. Mr. Speaker, you do not walk the streets of Castries, endure such, and come and sit in this parliament and forget it. You do not. And every ounce in my heart, in my life, to represent the people of Castries Southeast, that is what I represent every day, in cabinet and in this parliament. You do not walk the life of a poor person and come in this parliament and pretend that you never walk a poor life, and start representing a group of people that you do not know. This Prime Minister understands too well what it is to be an ordinary St. Lucian and give opportunities to ordinary St. Lucians. And I support this wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, I looked at the rules associated with this borrowing, and that I asked myself in which category I would have, qualified back then. Well, for the immovable, the immovable property, those that land and house, I would not qualify, because even if my father had land, those days they say lesot alele calls up like a VA. So parents those days were made by the system to believe that they should not invest in their children. Those who did knew better and may have been spoken to by a few wise individuals. But generally, Mr. Speaker, a lot of St. Lucians would not use their house and land to invest in their children. What about the immovable property? Mr. Speaker, when I look at this one, I ask myself, would I qualify? No, I would not. Because I had a kerosene stove with a one burner in the house, and a coal pot. But I love the kerosene because it's from Matnik. And even if I put it up, it would not value much to get scholarship. That one, once you pump it and you give it air and it starts to flame, you have to stand by, because as the food it loses air and then you have to give it again. That would not worth much. That would not qualify. But there's an area, maybe indigent, where you have nothing to turn on, you would qualify. And I ask myself this question, Mr. Speaker, are there persons who qualify in that category today? Yes. Look at your country poverty survey. Look at the amount of persons who are below the poverty line. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke with the AG in cabinet, and I usually relate the stories of those who come to me to policy direction. And there was a young lady who came to me from Bexon who said that she bought a parcel of land on the Proud, $900, because her mom could not afford to pay it. But it's on her mom's name. And she spent all her time caring for her mom, who died of cancer. And to get the property on her name today, it's difficult. A lawyer asked her $8,000. She said, if I had $8,000, I would be okay. She has a child. How would her child qualify to get? None of the areas would apply. And therefore, the Prime Minister, in his wisdom, secure loan, but arranging the finance to facilitate individuals like that. I wouldn't call her name, but if she's heard me, she can relate. Gives an opportunity to stop this thing of generational poverty, to provide wealth for ordinary St. Lucians, to give them a chance in life. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is doing this, and I ask myself, how is he able? I do not know the secret. We sit in cabinet. All I'm concerned about is that I get my food vouchers, my CDP, and what else he has to give. But he's able to balance economic development, fiscal space to do those things. And nothing else reminds me of the Prime Minister's skill but a poor mother who is able to go to garden with her children and has the balancing act to carry load and foods on her head while holding her children in her hands. This cultural definition of the balancing act represents what the Prime Minister is doing in St. Lucia. He is able to maintain fiscal space, manage the economy, create growth, while he's able to hold the ordinary hands of our St. Lucians. And of course, I say he's gripping through the mud with a 2.5% of his toes to lead us to safest place. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is selfless. And I ask myself, he's doing this because he's putting the people first. And each member of this parliament approach the constituency and the people in the same manner, putting them first. Mr. Speaker, there's no conflict of interest. There's nothing that prevents us from putting our people first. We have no businesses that we need to put forward instead of our people. Mr. Speaker, this is very important for our people to know. Because when some people have businesses that are important to them, there's no way they could put people first. Mr. Speaker, I have had to reflect on this as to why I'm able to go in, day out and think about the people of Castries Southeast. Mr. Speaker, I have no other business than that. I am not running a minibus business. I do not have a hotel. I have no private business, nor do I have any shares in any other person's business. And I tell St. Lucians, if you are considering a parliamentarian to represent you, look for one that has no other business except your business. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we understand and we speak to protecting the victory in that context, because that is misunderstood. But Mr. Speaker, there's a very famous hymn in Bible times that I've sung quite a bit. A mighty fortress is our God, written by Martin Luther after he became a reformer. A mighty fortress is our God. When you get victory, you need to protect it, because it is the same victory you need to continue to do the good things. When we speak of protecting the victory, Mr. Speaker, I hear some people say, why instead they serve the people, they say in protecting the victory. By coming here to arrange for people to get loans and to go to school, it is protecting the victory. That's what we mean by protecting the victory. It is the things we do as a result of the power given to us by the people. That is what we mean by protecting the victory. We do not want to. And absolutely, Mr. Speaker, we believe in putting the people first. And today, it's another example, Mr. Speaker, of putting St. Lucians first. Education is key. The Bible says, wisdom and knowledge. The fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. We ought to have a population that is prepared to take St. Lucia to the next harbor, to the next safe place. How do we do this? This is not spending monies on our people. I recall the former Prime Minister, the member from Mikud South, in his term spoke about Sir Arthur Louis' student. And why is it? It's almost like it's a favor, because the fees is not so much, and that they're not even paying, as it were, for the building. And I was shocked then, not because I'm part of this side, but I remember I went to Sir Arthur Louis. How much more could I have paid then? If you value the buildings on the mall, or the St. Mary's College building that is so valuable today because of the aesthetic and historical value, how could you transfer that cost to the students who go in there and tell them they must pay for that? How do you do that? So how do you tell St. Lucians the building that you are in is so valuable that it must be included in school fees? If you have to include the value of the buildings on the Mon, or even the St. Mary's College buildings, because they are antique, they are valuable, into school fees, honestly, to be higher than university fees. I ask, what is he talking about then? Mr. Speaker, when we spend monies on our children, it is an investment into the future of this country. And the money is borrowed to facilitate our children going to university and to ensure that each child in each household gets an opportunity to be able to experience university. And the beautiful thing about it, Mr. Speaker, even as I think of Christmas, when the children come home and then those who didn't go to school receive their loved ones coming from university, they almost waiting to hear what will they say. What will they say? Ishmael VA, Ishmael I l'école. And you know the hope that brings? Mr. Speaker, I have a grandchild. Yeah. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker.
How many guys you have?
Maybe that's why God gave me. God gave me because not all of us will have. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, what I believe in, and I'm not afraid of the future. I do not have to secure my future in monies for tomorrow. I do not have to participate in corruption. My future is not based on having a big account tomorrow. I do not need this. What I have confidence in, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister is creating a future, that Benoit Josimar will go to school. He'll go to school. Quantity surveyor, whatever, he'll go to school, because I will see to it that he do well, and I will see to it that I help my daughter and his father. My daughters are doing well, and I listen to Jeremy's name at graduation receiving awards, you know, as an educator. I'm happy. You understand? Mr. Speaker, the only difference between me in the future and those with a lot of money is that I'll get my Pampers from SSDF for free, and the other people with money will have to pay for this. But we will all graduate to the same place. But I have confidence in the future that our children that we invest in tomorrow will stand up for us. I see Jerez there this morning, and I know him as a little baby, an officer standing here at church. You understand? Playing with Josimar, my son. And I'm so proud when I see children that I've given good words to today standing, contributing to society. That is what I believe in. So I do not have to secure a future based on monies. I do not believe the future of St. Lucia is based on how well we grow economically, not how much GDP we have, but how we demonstrate we care for every St. Lucian, giving each one of them a chance. And let me tell you, when we do that, they could be anywhere in the world, anywhere in the diaspora, they will contribute to the well-being of St. Lucia. That's what matters. So, Mr. Speaker, I am comfortable. I am happy about tomorrow. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I hear about persons saying that they're proud to call themselves a St. Lucian. I don't even know why we're saying that, because if I don't call myself, if I'm not proud to be a St. Lucian, where? I haven't got no green card. I was not born anywhere. I haven't got a second passport. All I am is St. Lucian. And according to Invader, just as I am, I come. You understand? 100% St. Lucian. I will always be proud, and has always been proud being a St. Lucian. If there's nothing else to stand for, I will stand being a St. Lucian first. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Prime Minister for this initiative, this borrowing that will transform St. Lucia, that will transform the future of our people. And of course, I hope that our children make use of the opportunity. There's a second chance. There's a lot more coming. There's a lot more we will do for our St. Lucians, our brothers and sisters. And we know tomorrow is secured with this government, the St. Lucia Liberty government. And I do hope the member on this side, or the members on this side, whether they're in shadow presence or in whatever form they are, support this initiative as we make a better place for our St. Lucians and for St. Lucians in a whole. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member Soufre Jacques.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion before this Honorable House presented by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3.7 million from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said today, and I'm going to be as brief as I can, but it would be remiss of me as a parliamentary rep for Soufrière Fauché-Jacques not to stand here in this august house to support this motion before us. Mr. Speaker, the development of our country rests on the development of our people. Our government, the St. Lucia Labour Party government, in presenting itself to the people, made a commitment to put the people first. The development of people rests and hinges on one critical pillar, and that pillar is education. We've been told and we've heard from speakers before us and others that education is our gateway away from poverty. And Mr. Speaker, you've heard the stories from Miku North to Castries Southeast and others. But as I sat and ponder as to what we are doing today, I recall many of my schoolmates, persons I would say bright and promising, who did not progress. And I'll not call names, but they didn't progress because, Mr. Speaker, one reason was that the parents, the only scene was that parents was not able to support them through that education progress. In the area of people development, when I think of the stories that were said here today, I felt it was important maybe to share a few, because halfway through, I believe I fall within that same category. When I think of my own experience after I left primary school, I had to work for an insurance company before going to secondary school. And after this, I remembered very clearly from secondary school, Mr. Speaker, going back to my parents' shop and starting my own business selling coffee, patch coffee. And that is what I used my tuition to the Mount Fortune Technical College, now the Sir Lewis Community College. Mr. Speaker, I studied secretarial science. I went to work. And then when I decided I wanted to be a professional accountant, I had to work and study. Work and study, we studied for 5 years, what you call distant learning. And somewhere along, one of the members spoke about discipline. And that is the discipline, because at that time there was no technology to assist in this online training. You had to sit and study for 5 years at your home and post a letter that needed a postmark of Monday morning. Every Monday morning, that is how it was assessed in Canada, and post that mail, post that lesson to Canada for 5 years to get my professional designation. That's what it was, the CGA. So I want to thank us for sharing that experience. It's important because sometimes I believe when we don't share that experience, some of our young persons do not know what it is to apply themselves to what we are giving them now. So I really want us to share that experience. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, a young lady approached me at my office, and I went from one side of the office to the next, and she says, you know, Minister, I've been trying to meet with you for a little while. And I said, well, what's the issue? And she told me her name, and when she told me her name, I immediately could have identified who her parents were. And then she said, well, I'm trying to get in touch with you because I really need to continue my education. And that is one person I believe that this loan guarantee that we're speaking about now could assist. I have a constituent of mine studying at the University of the West Indies, and she's been calling for weeks trying to get some support because she's having challenges in year 3. Mr. Speaker, this is why I believe I have to stand here today to say a few things in this area here. In the area of people development, it is really the responsibility of national governments to implement policies that would provide an enabling ecosystem for persons to educate themselves. And today I'm very proud to be a member of the St. Lucia Labour Party, and I'm very proud standing here today when we look at some of the social policies of this government. And I want to look at it in a holistic way. And I'm moving a little from education in terms of some of our social policies. We've heard in this Honorable House about universal health care and ensuring that we have healthy babies. We start very early from there, where we provide prenatal care to our pregnant mothers. We've heard the Minister for Education speak about pre-K policy, pre-K education, ensuring our children get quality education before they even start going into the formal school system. Then you have what we are doing for our infant, primary, and secondary school students. We have our government supporting every year, Mr. Speaker, parents who send their children to school. We have parents receiving $500 for every child getting into a secondary school. We've heard again the one laptop program. Not only does it support children, it enables families. It enables families to use the device to educate themselves. We've heard about post-secondary technical and vocational work. We've heard about the one university student per household, which is now with Monroe College. We've heard about the UniPass program, where persons can get up to $10,000 to assist with the education program. We've heard about hundreds of scholarships provided to our students at Zappa Lewis Community College, as well as other countries. And I want to take this moment to thank our friendly governments, Cuba, Taiwan, Morocco, UK, and others that have supported us. All of it is trying to ensure that the ecosystem is there for our people to educate themselves. Just about 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Education spoke about the Ministry of Education launching content for the laptops that we have given. Yet another indication of the quality of human resource that we have in this country. So I want to commend the Minister for Education and the teachers and the technical team at the Curriculum Development Unit for the work that they are doing. I want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance for leading us and leading this country and this government with a conscience, Mr. Speaker. Leading us with a conscience. And Mr. Speaker, as it relates to the St. Lucia Development Bank, I believe as we are here, I would like to put on record our gratitude to one of the founding fathers, Sir George Theophilus, for the work and the vision that he had for giving us the St. Lucia Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentary rep for Soufrière Fauché-Jacques, I am extremely happy to support this motion before us because I know my constituents need it. My constituents need this facility so that they can move themselves. I thank you and I support this motion before us.
The member for Swazelle-Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my brief contribution, I just want to take the time, considering tomorrow is December 13th, and after that, you know, everything is just moved at a very fast rate. I want to wish you, your family, and colleagues across the room a very, very prayerful, spiritual season. And I also wish that, you know, they all take time to do some very deep reflection. So in the new year, we come out as better people. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for the government to guarantee about 10 million EC for onward lending by the St. Lucia Development Bank for the students of this country. There were a number of questions that I would have had for the Prime Minister, but I must confess he did address most of them in his preamble, Mr. Speaker. there's something, Mr. Speaker, that I should indicate today, and that is I've heard quite a few of my colleagues speak to, their upbringing and the conditions in which they were raised, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe you and maybe the member for Soufrière Francis Jacques would know a snippet of my own story. And maybe it's a good thing that us as parliamentarians one day we could speak out, so a lot of the younger people who believe life is hard can really appreciate, what some of us had to go through to where we are. Because, Mr. Speaker, I could have been on a completely different side of the fence today. My colleague wants to take it on a political, yeah. Mr. Speaker, one of the things, yes, I agree. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, I learned very early was that none of us are responsible for who our parents are. But one of the things I also learned was that I should never wallow in any self-pity, Mr. Speaker. And, as I said, Mr. Speaker, I could have been a different place. But one of the things I think that always pushed me was remembering the sacrifices that my mother, but I was raised by a single mother, did for me. And, and I could not have done anything better but to try to make my mother proud, and myself, of course, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that, the St. Lucia Development Bank is being recognized for the important work that it's doing. We recognize the importance of a development bank, and like the member for Soufrière Francis Jacques has indicated, I want to also recognize, I think, Sir George Theophilus for the tremendous work he has done in that sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must say I'm disappointed, in one of the contributions from the member from Castries Central, when he indicated that the former Prime Minister did everything in his power to close down for Luis, Mr. Speaker. I think that statement is unfortunate because for the time that I spent in the cabinet with the Honourable Prime Minister, I can't remember anything that would have suggested that the former Prime Minister ever had that on a list of things to do, Mr. Speaker. So I just, it has nothing to do with DSH. Mr. Speaker, this must be commended. This is not the first time that, loans are being guaranteed for the St. Lucia Development Bank. And a lot of the components in what the Prime Minister said, it's not new. As somebody who's coming from that background, I'm aware of there having been student loan guarantees in place and so on. But there's one thing I must commend, which is with regard to the $500,000 for the displaced and vulnerable. I think that's very commendable. I would think, considering the emphasis that's been placed on that sector, that maybe it could have been a little more. I know it's the first time, but maybe we should have gone to $1 million, because we know that there are quite a few, even in my community, and I'm sure all the members here know of the number of people who fit that bracket and who would be seeking such assistance. I also want to echo the Prime Minister's words to the bank management and the staff that the applicants do not endure any sort of frustration with regards to the applicants to the applications, because I'm aware that sometimes people get so frustrated they give up on the process. So this is a good motion, and I support it wholeheartedly, and I wish the recipients all the best, and to make St. Lucia a better place. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Babylon.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion presented by the Honourable Prime Minister and member for Castries East in guaranteeing funds for persons to pursue education in St. Lucia. Before I deliberate on this point, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member on the opposite side said that he hoped that we will become better people next year. So it means that we are good. We can only get better. And then, Mr. Speaker, I look on the other side and I notice 50% of the opposition is absent. That's how we did the mathematics. However, we are happy that we are 50% that will take the message across. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to speak, I can assure you that when you ask me to sit, I will sit. Having been a teacher, principal, I know about discipline in a classroom. And when the teacher asks the student to sit, the student must sit. However, I observe in this house, when you ask certain people to sit, they refuse to sit. But if you ask me to sit, Mr. Speaker, I will do. I will oblige. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us, the motion before us, is one that touches the nerves. The nerves that will bring goosebumps. Goosebumps to parents, goosebumps to educators, and goosebumps to children. Because here we are creating an opportunity for our children to improve themselves in education. Only on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, I attended the 37th graduation exercise of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. And we had 450 students who were listed to graduate. That is telling. And one of the things that I mentioned is the future. Some of them will go into the world of work, and others will want to continue to improve themselves. And here, the Prime Minister and member for Castries East is creating an additional opportunity for these children and those who have not been to Sir Arthur to get an opportunity to improve themselves. Mr. Speaker, as I rise to speak, I want to recognize a distinguished lady in this house who has given over 4 decades of her life to education and to the community of Babolo. And that is the former principal of the Lage Combined School, Mistress Teresa Johnny. She is sitting in this house today. I want to recognize her. And also my parliamentary office secretary. This is their first opportunity to sit in this house. And they are here to hear us deliberate on a very important motion. Mr. Speaker, if I had to continue the trend of the discussion and give this house the history of how I get to where I am today, it will bring tears to your eyes, Mr. Speaker. Because I am never ashamed to say that I never got an opportunity to attend a secondary school. Never. And in 2006, when I saw the St. Lucia Labour Party government introduce universal secondary education, I said, Lord, where was I? There was not enough school spaces for persons like me. However, that did not deter me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, is investing heavily in early childhood education, infant education, primary education, secondary education, and tertiary and higher education for the St. Lucian people. Mr. Speaker, many of us have gone to Sir Arthur and beyond. But Sir Arthur Lewis Community College has laid a foundation that no other institution can do for our people. And on Sunday when I said, no wonder our children go to school in a barracks. And the barracks is designed for discipline, resilience, courage to move on. And those who have walked through the walls of this institution will continue to serve. The guarantee for funds, Mr. Speaker, is one that will lighten the hearts of many. And those of us who have gone before knew the challenges that we had to secure funding for our education. And Mr. Speaker, it takes me back to 1985 when I got acceptance in 2 different universities. One, the Manchester University, and then the other one was Mona Campus in Jamaica. But I did not have the resources to pursue further and higher education. Mr. Speaker, when I had a language of first generation, I still remain the first generation in my family to lead the way to get a university degree. And I will lend my support to every opportunity this government will put forward to give other persons so that they can advance themselves. Education is the cure, according to Sir William Arthur Lewis. Education is the cure for poverty. Many children have gone forward and they have gone back through their education to help their families get out of poverty. A lot of us sitting here have that experience where we led the way. And when we got out, when we got educated, we were not selfish, Mr. Speaker. We helped others. When we climbed the ladder, we did not kick it. We left the ladder there for others to climb. And this is what this government is doing. Creating ladders for the future generation to climb to the top. And Mr. Speaker, I will articulate further that there is a fundamental difference between this government and the previous government. This government's responsibility is to distribute the resources of this country. And the resources I consider to be water. Water can be distributed through a spraying can or through a hose. And I see the last administration use the hose and put that hose at the root of a few plants that blossom, bear flowers, bear fruits. Just a few plants. And the others stayed starving and dying, Mr. Speaker. However, this government decided, under the leadership of the Prime Minister and the wise man from the East, decided to use the spraying can. And that spraying can, Mr. Speaker, is what is addressing a lot of our social programs in St. Lucia. And we will water all the little plants that were dying. And therefore we are seeing them coming to life. We give support, electricity, water, homes, food, clothing, so that these people can survive. And here we are investing in their education, which is their future. Mr. Speaker, éducation, c'est ça qui est plus important pour ces petits enfants et ces gens pays. Avec moi qui applaudis Premier ministre là, pour garantir l'argent pour aller à Development Bank là. So that say maman isa là, maman yo, papa yo, qui savent l'école. En pile moun pa ka jwenn se opportunité ça là, Mr. Speaker. And as parliamentary rep for the constituency of Babono, this is one other avenue I have to explain to the many people who come to me on a daily basis asking for support for them to go and further themselves. I can guide them and let them try this opportunity to see if they will get the support. Mr. Speaker, this government has opened doors for many people. We have the youth economy. We have community tourism. We have the micro, small and medium business enterprise. We have the 7 crops program in agriculture. That's right. And now we have opportunities for them to get money to engage in further and higher education. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, there is one fundamental point raised by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister Parliamentary Rep for Castries East. He said that the opportunity will be given for regional, local and online learning, Mr. Speaker. And many times, Mr. Speaker, people were ridiculing persons who study online. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in this house to let you know that after I completed the Sir Arthur Lewis training, I have not set foot in another university. The foundation that Sir Arthur gave me was enough to pursue a master's degree, a doctoral degree, sitting right here in St. Lucia. And that is what this program will provide. Not everybody will have to fly and go to another university to get further and higher education. The opportunity is right here. And the benefit of studying and working, Mr. Speaker, is one that will allow you to practice while you are studying. That is the difference. Mr. Speaker, many of us struggled. Many of us went through the hard way. But our responsibility in this house is to make life better for the St. Lucian people. Mr. Speaker, it grieves my heart when I heard the discussion in this house talking about Haiti. And Mr. Speaker, I spent decades working with educators in Haiti to improve the quality of life for the Haitian people. And Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia will never be like Haiti. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because the government, this government is investing in education. In Haiti, the rich people in Haiti send their children to school in France. And they leave the primary school where you have over 50 students in a classroom without toilet facilities. They are sitting on a log. That is what the Haitian children are receiving. While those who have made it in life, they do not send their children to these schools. Mr. Speaker, that is a lesson. This government is investing in education so that our children can attend decent school in St. Lucia and open the eyes for all. Mr. Speaker, having given 34 of the best years of my life to education, not just with children, but with teachers, I am very confident that the government's investment in education will set St. Lucia at a level that we ourselves will not be able to imagine. Education is the future. Education is what we need, and education is what we will give to our children. Mr. Speaker, I can reassure the constituency that I represent, I can reassure the teaching fraternity, those in education, that this government is here for them. This government is here to make things better. And as long as we are under the leadership of the wise man from the east to guide this government, we are on the right path, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to take this opportunity to thank the constituents of Babono, the people of St. Lucia, my parliamentary colleagues, the Honorable Prime Minister, my cabinet colleagues, my family, friends, and well-wishers for their support in 2023. For health, I thank the Lord for health. I thank all those around me for the courage as we move into the joyous Christmas. This Christmas, we have opened Christmas. In Babono, we do not have Festival of Lights, Mr. Speaker. What we have is bamboo bursting. And we had the bamboo blasting all over Babono. And we'll have it on Christmas Eve, and we'll have it on New Year's Eve. That will be our Festival of Lights. Mr. Speaker, I know the residents of Babono look forward to the usual support. I cannot speak of the vouchers yet. I have to go and manufacture some. But we'll give the children the support. Babono is such a huge constituency, we cannot bring everybody in one location. But as we have always done, they have the celebration in the 18 communities in Babono. There the children will receive the ice cream and the gifts. We'll give out the hampers and the vouchers to the most needy, and we will celebrate Christmas. As we speak now, Babono is being cleaned by hundreds of persons so that we can see a nicer, brighter community, not just in Babono but throughout the country. It will be my pleasure to go around to see how beautiful St. Lucia will look for Christmas. So Merry Christmas to one and Merry Christmas to all. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Dennery South.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And as I rise in support of the motion to guarantee funds to support our young people, Mr. Speaker, I want to take time to extend condolences to two persons in my constituency. The first one is Mr. Stephen Joseph. He was a deacon in the church that I attend. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Calixtus Cox, also a resident of Dennery South. And I want to take time to extend condolences to the family and to wish them all the best as they go through their period of bereavement. Mr. Speaker, when I listened to the Prime Minister presenting the motion this morning, it reminded me of my situation when I left school in 1980, and my parents could not afford to pay or to get the funds for me to further my education, Mr. Speaker. And I remember in 1984, when I got the opportunity to attend the St. Lucia College of Agriculture. This is where I started my career. And at that time, Mr. Speaker, I was able to pay my way through because I had to plant bananas. So every week, Mr. Speaker, I would have to leave school on a particular day to go to the field, harvest the bananas, to be able to assist me with transportation and to be able to complete my education at the St. Lucia College of Agriculture. Lucky for me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2 months after completing my diploma program, I was accepted into the forestry department as a forest officer. At that time, earning about $328 per fortnight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stayed and I continued my education, where I got a scholarship in 1990 to attend the College of Agriculture in Trinidad and Tobago. And thereafter, 2 years after I completed my certificate, I was able to get another scholarship to continue my diploma. And from there, Mr. Speaker, I was able to attend the University of Guyana, where I pursued a degree in forestry. And today, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud for the opportunity provided to me or afforded to me. And today, I am proud to be a parliamentarian representing the people of Dennery South. But Mr. Speaker, there are a number of families who have been experiencing the same fate. As a matter of fact, my mother had 10 children, and I am the only one who had the opportunity to attend university. Mr. Speaker, just sometime in September, I attended the graduation ceremony at the Clinton Mason Secondary School in my constituency. And there were 2 students who did very, very well. They captured a number of awards. But a few weeks before, the mom passed. And after those children received the awards, I got a call from the dad, who said to me that he calls me Stabach. He needs my help because those students did so well, but they have no financial support to at least pursue or continue the education at the South Louis Community College. Mr. Speaker, when situations like that happens, especially with children who are so brilliant, who did so well in school, but their parents do not have the financial support to be able to provide them to continue their education, that can lead to frustration. That can lead to those children going to the block and being lost out there because of the fact the opportunity provided that they would like to capitalize on is not available for them. And this is why this motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will be an opportunity for our young persons who are in such an unfortunate situation will take advantage of this opportunity. Moi, je voulais dire that gouvernement passé en motion pour garantir un loan of presque $10 millions pour assister Pérouan et puis jeunes moun qui pas ni si poids from maman yo et papa yo pour poursuivre en éducation. Et nous avons un chai ça fait en temps passé côté c'est maman elle a fait bien. Yo pas ouais pour continuer l'éducation yo mais yo pas ça un si poids financier pour continuer ça. Et moi regarde quoi ça c'est un bon bagage gouvernement nous a fait. Gouvernement nous c'est un gouvernement qui toujours a bon mettez moun avant pour den people first. Et moi quoi ça c'est un bon opportunité moi demander pour tout jeune moun en cette ici pour une opportunité pour capitaliser sur. Les moi fils moi Dennery, les jeunes moun ka couyer moi regarder moi yo voulait aller ça faire Louis. You will play for a program in nursing, but they do not have the financial support to pursue the program. It is not something that is very good for our young people because we want to see our young people progress because they may become the next deputy speaker, they may become a pilot, an engineer, a prime minister, ministers like we are. And so if this opportunity is afforded to them, it will be very, very good. And I do hope that our young people will invest in education because education is not a privilege, it is a right. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by thanking my parliamentary colleagues for the support throughout this year and to wish my parliamentary colleagues, the staff of my ministry, the persons who have been assisting me in the diaspora, the whole of St. Lucia and my constituents a Merry Christmas. And I stand in support of this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Castries North.
Mr. Speaker, permit me this opportunity to extend my apology to you and this honorable house for my late coming due to other unforeseen circumstances. But let me take off from where my honorable colleague left off, and that is, education is not a privilege, it is a right. And he couldn't have said it any better than he did here a few moments ago. And so, Mr. Speaker, in support of this motion, I am obliged to commend the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance for his vision, his foresight, his passion, and unwavering resolve and service and commitment to the cause of the people of this country. Many times, Mr. Speaker, this administration is being chastised for what we have articulated out there in our pursuit for excellence among our people. When we speak of putting people first, people and country, oftentimes we are criticized. When we speak of protecting the victory, oftentimes people tend to misinterpret what we mean and what we are saying. What we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a firm commitment to the cause of the people. We have a firm commitment to the development of this country. We have a firm commitment for the respect of the people, those who have entrusted us with the power that we have today to undertake the mission for the advancement and development of our people and our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, has demonstrated this in today's resolution, in today's motion, Mr. Speaker, and on many occasions to show that it is not just talk, but it's action. It is a commitment on the part of the government. Mr. Speaker, this motion, Mr. Speaker, speaks to a number of things. Speaks to the commitment of the government. My early entry, Mr. Speaker, into the politics of St. Lucia was influenced by the vision, passion, determination, and hard work of the late Sir George Melville Compton. Nobody else. And it was, Mr. Speaker, because of the fact that as a young man, not of the age to vote, not even of the age to enter secondary school, every Sunday I religiously listened to Willie James, who then was the government public relations officer, who said the government of St. Lucia is on the go. And that resonated, Mr. Speaker, that the government of St. Lucia is on the go. Did you know? Did you know? And what came out of that program, Mr. Speaker, every Sunday was the work of the government, the mission of the government. In those days, if a standpipe was put down, there was a ceremony. If a school was open, there was a ceremony. And when people like Romanus Lancico and the rest came, no matter what it was, an exercise book given to a child, he had a ceremony for it. And that, Mr. Speaker, to me, spoke of the passionate commitment of persons like Sir John and others, and before that, the work done by Sir George F.L. Charles in the labor movement and the development of our country, advancing it for the cause of the people. And those individuals, Mr. Speaker, made that certainly impact on me as a young and upcoming person in our society. But, Mr. Speaker, what does this motion signify? This motion, Mr. Speaker, signify the preparing of the foundation of the future of this country. So while others may spread gloom and doom, and they criticize and find no reason to compliment the work of the government, while they simply try to diminish the work that this government is doing, and have nothing to offer except what resonates in their empty heads. This government, Mr. Speaker, is saying to the people that no matter what the situation may be at this time, this government is committed to dealing with the cause of the people and preparing the foundation for the future. How do we prepare the foundation for the people? We cannot prepare a foundation, Mr. Speaker, by giving away our lands to continue modern-day slavery and just simply feeling that one can just come and land on our shores and they will be able to make that change. Preparing the foundation, Mr. Speaker, is about investing in the people. And the most valuable investment that one can ever make in the people, Mr. Speaker, is that investment in the future generation, the future leaders of our society. That is the most important investment. And so where do you invest it? You invest it in our children. And the foundation of our children's contribution of the future is through education. You heard, Mr. Speaker, many of the contributions made by fellow colleagues here. We all have our own stories. My story corresponds with Joachim's story, and to a certain extent Sebastian's, and I'm sure the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, for Denry North, and I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, as we listen, there is a different dynamic to each and every story. So, Mr. Speaker, what we need to do is to erase the deficit that many of us encountered, to erase that deficit, to raise the deficit of the absence of sufficient school places in this country. So even then, when I was on the other side, under then administration, the Labour Party coined and implemented the program of universal secondary education. It was a move and an action, a commitment to erasing the deficit in secondary school places for the children of this country. What we've got to do now, Mr. Speaker, is to build on that achievement and to ensure that the offerings at the various secondary schools are diverse enough, Mr. Speaker, to allow our children now to not only aspire to academic achievement, Mr. Speaker, but to aspire to technical, comprehensive, and vocational attainment, Mr. Speaker. That is the investment, Mr. Speaker. So we don't just sit back and criticize it because I didn't do it. We must ask ourselves, how can we improve on what is already established? And so that is what I mean, Mr. Speaker, by preparing the foundation. Preparing the foundation, Mr. Speaker, by erasing the deficit of not having the financial capabilities like I did, not having the financial capabilities of being able to pay $36 at the SD Academy to enter school and to sell icicles and other things to raise that money to go to school, to erase that deficit, Mr. Speaker, as a government, to give people an opportunity, young people, to get them an opportunity to aspire and to be able to pay to get into secondary schools. But more than this, Mr. Speaker, importantly enough, we must erase that deficit, as I said, by giving young people the diversity in education so they can track into the areas of passion, the areas that they believe in. And I have a recent example, Mr. Speaker. I often use my office not just to see people and to count them as statistics. I use it as an opportunity to guide people. And many times when young people come to my office and say, Mr. King, I need a job, I say, what is your passion? What is your love? Anything, Mr. King. And I often say to them, there's no job called anything. Because if I give you a job you don't like, you'll wake up every morning an angry man. You know, an angry man or woman going to a job that you never wanted or you don't like. It is better to give you a job that you like. Mr. Speaker, I have one example of a young man who I tried on 4 occasions to get into a workplace. Hotel, hotel, hotel. And on every occasion, he refused, not refused, he went in, spent 3 or 4 days, and found a reason out of it. Into a warehouse, a private sector warehouse, again went in 4 times and came out. 4 times complimentary. Mr. Speaker, I gave up. I gave up because I said he is not ready yet. And not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, he came to me again and he said, Mr. King, please help me out. I need a job. I need a job in a warehouse. I couldn't get a warehouse for him, so I got someone who I knew who has a garage and decided, let me try him there. And spoke to the gentleman, and he said, of course, send the young man to me. Mr. Speaker, a young man who couldn't be found at nights today is at home by 8:30, sleeping and getting ready for work tomorrow morning. A young man who couldn't wake up out of his bed until 11 o'clock in the morning now is waking up at 5:30 according to his mother and getting ready to be at work first person in the morning at 7:30. So let's just imagine, Mr. Speaker, if an opportunity was given to him to be able to find his stream of passion in education, today he would have been a master mechanic or auto mechanical engineer. But that is the kind of diversity, and I'm sure when the Minister for Education speaks, he will speak of the efforts of the government in diversifying the education system and giving more opportunity in technical vocational training, technical vocational education, comprehensive, etc., to give every St. Lucian young man and young woman an opportunity to participate in the development of the country through educational development, not only on one track, but on the tracks that the country need them. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, oftentimes, and when we hear some of the projects that the Minister for Tourism has been speaking about, some of those mega projects that are likely to come to this country, when you hear of them, some of the development that will take place next year, Mr. Speaker, the work of the government, and the quality of workers that we'll be looking for, Mr. Speaker, very often we cannot get the full supply from our country. So this, Mr. Speaker, will help us. Mr. Speaker, the confidence of the people. And don't worry all what you hear running around the place. Those who are beating drums with no rhythm and message. The people understand what is going on, because the people realize that this government cares for them. And so there's a level of the reinstatement of confidence in the government and the mission of the government and what the government stands for. So when you think of it, and I sat here and many times I sit down and ministers stand up and they speak of the programs of the government, Mr. Speaker, the programs of the government, Mr. Speaker, it shows that there is a government in this country not boasting about what we didn't do or cannot do, but demonstrating what we are doing for the people of this country to help them out, give them a helping hand to lift them. And I heard member after member after member speak about education assistance, laptops, vouchers, social assistance, assistance in every regard, the support program to those persons who were denied an income for COVID. The list goes on. And I hope we can compile that list, because it is important to compare what we are doing and have done in the last 2 years to assist our people in stabilizing themselves in a society that is intended for them to inherit and to develop into the future. That is what this government stands for, Mr. Speaker. That is what it stands for, the reinstilling of confidence. And Mr. Speaker, giving hope. Giving hope. What more hope can we give to a people when we say today that we understand the plight that you're faced with, We understand what you're going through. And today, we are coming to this parliament and saying that we will guarantee to the development bank, the St. Lucia Development Bank, $3.7 million for any child, regardless of color, class, creed, or political affiliation, to anyone. We will guarantee through the Bank of St. Lucia the necessary resources to enable you to get into university. So what should that do? That should now give those young people hope who sometimes rebel. Many times, the young people who sit in a classroom and see others excelling, they are being left behind. They are seeing it happening. They see the social development taking place and who is doing much better than others, and they feel left behind. Their own domestic social situation, probably not having a father to lead them, and they sit there and they see these things, Mr. Speaker, and the rebellion starts within them. The rebellion, and many times, oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, what do they say? The system is oppressive. The system is not there for them. The system is against them. This government is there to show that the very system that they blame, that system will work, and will work in their interest for their own well-being into the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of what this government is doing. I'm proud that we're spending time, Mr. Speaker, in facilitating the education of our people. You know, I entered politics in 1987. From that date, Mr. Speaker, every year, Mr. Speaker, I did a program called Education Assistance. Long before government started education assistance. I used my own financial resources. I beg my family who can afford. I beg my friends. I beg corporate citizens. And every year, Mr. Speaker, including the years I was in opposition, I made it my duty, Mr. Speaker, to give support to children with books and also with money to enter secondary and even university. The last one I did, Mr. Speaker, the Development Bank, a director called me and asked me whether I was a madman. How can you guarantee a loan? And it was before the days when we had all those regulations in place where politicians could have done anything. I guaranteed loans to go to university. For me, I was there for that. And one called and said, how can you do that? If the guy defaults on his loan, you're responsible. And I said, well, yes, but I expect him to pay it back. Because I believe if someone facilitates me, I must pay it back. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the things that I have done. In 2000, and it wasn't 2000, 1997, when all hell broke loose and only but one stood. Mr. Speaker, I was left with a bill, a balance for 2 bookstores in this country, 2. Both of them took me to court. It wasn't a debt of mine. It was a debt of mine on behalf of the people who needed to go to school. But, Mr. Speaker, I was very proud that it was what it was. It was for that purpose. And I persevered until it was paid off. Because the bookstores said, you need to pay me back. I've said this, Mr. Speaker, not looking for any sympathy. I've said this, and I've heard some of the stories recited here around this table, to say to you, Mr. Speaker, in this government are a group of men and women who are genuinely committed to the cause of the people. Genuinely committed to the cause of the people. So when I hear some actors standing in this parliament and speaking about the poor people, which poor? When I hear them, Mr. Speaker, speaking about the poor people of this country, they've only suddenly realized that people are poor. Only suddenly realized that people are poor. Don't understand what it is to be poor. Don't understand it at all. And this government, Mr. Speaker, demonstrated by its own confidence, my colleague on my right said. You heard the colleague to my extreme left saying it. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I see ahead of us, Mr. Speaker, is a country on a path to total development, universal development. Not only development for a few to aspire and to reap and to rip the harvest of the country, but a country where all are given opportunity into a world of possibilities if only they understand the message and they understand the effort and the intention of this government. And so, Mr. Speaker, without reservation, I stand in support of this motion for the Minister for Finance to endorse and guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000 from the special funds resources of the Caribbean Development Bank for the St. Lucia Development Bank for the purpose for which it has been articulated. I thank you.
Member for Dennery North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, permit me to preface my contribution with birthday wishes to my dear mother. Knowing her well, Mr. Speaker, she wouldn't want me to disclose her age on national television. But what I can tell you is that she has more than surpassed the biblical allotment of 3 scores and 10 by some distance. And Mr. Speaker, I want to wish her long life and continued health. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion to borrow US 3.7 guarantee, Mr. Speaker. The motion, Mr. Speaker, to guarantee US 3.7 million US dollars, which translates roughly into 10 million EC dollars from the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. Speaker, and to guarantee that amount as student loan at the St. Lucia Development Bank. In essence, Mr. Speaker, providing a line of credit on behalf of the young people of St. Lucia who are desirous of pursuing a university education. Mr. Speaker, when you hear roughly $10 million, there are many who probably think that maybe the Prime Minister can just take that quantum or instruct the bank to apportion that using the proverbial calculator of which we speak in the cabinet and just apportion a certain amount to every constituency. But it doesn't happen that way, Mr. Speaker. And so as a government that believes in processes and doing things the correct way, the Prime Minister has come to the Parliament pursuant to the Finance Administration Act, Mr. Speaker, to receive approval by resolution of Parliament for that particular guarantee. Mr. Speaker, our performance in the delivery of higher educational opportunities to the people of this country ever since we assumed office is simply outstanding and remarkable. Mr. Speaker, this line of credit nicely complements an impressive array of higher educational programs that are currently being exist by students in this country. Mr. Speaker, we continue to roll out many programs that our young St. Lucians can tap into in pursuit of higher education. And today's motion before the Parliament gives expression, Mr. Speaker, or should I say it is yet another intervention on the part of this government to give expression to our mantra of putting people first. And if you want to be more specific, Mr. Speaker, you can say this time we are once again putting the young people of St. Lucia first. But Mr. Speaker, you cannot look at the motion before us in isolation of what is happening in the general realm of education as far as the programming of this government is concerned. Mr. Speaker, in the past 2 years since we assumed office, we have provided direct educational support or higher educational support to approximately 600 young St. Lucians. Through the Economic Cost Award, Mr. Speaker, In the year 2022-2023, we provided academic course to 24 St. Lucians studying at the University of the West Indies. In the year 2023-2024, the year that we're currently in, an additional 24 students, Mr. Speaker, and that has totaled to approximately $1.9 million in direct support to the students who are recipients of Academic Cost Awards studying at the University of the West Indies. Working collaboratively with the government of Hungary, Mr. Speaker, we have provided, and this is a new area for us, 7 scholarships to young St. Lucians who are currently studying in Hungary. And it has cost the government of St. Lucia just a little under $45,000 to provide support to the students in Hungary. Working again, Mr. Speaker, with the government of Morocco, we have provided 39 scholarships in 2 years to young St. Lucians at an approximate amount of $470,000. Mr. Speaker, and perhaps the most celebrated of all our scholarship programs is the first generation program that we are rolling out in collaboration with Monroe College. And to date, Mr. Speaker, we have awarded scholarship opportunities to 101 young St. Lucians under the first generation scholarship program at an approximate amount of $1.5 million. Mr. Speaker, we've introduced a Sports Management Associate Degree program with Monroe College. And to date, Mr. Speaker, almost 40 young St. Lucians are currently pursuing that program at an approximate amount of $306,000. Mr. Speaker, the Cuban scholarships are back after a hiatus due to COVID-19. Last year, 10 St. Lucians left this country to pursue higher educational opportunities in the realm of medicine in Cuba. And this year, Mr. Speaker, the number has been increased and 18 young St. Lucians have been selected to pursue studies in Cuba. Mr. Speaker, when we first met with the Cuban government, it was agreed that the students would have left in January. But given the fact that Cuba has made certain adjustments in the aftermath of COVID, we have taken a decision that the students, instead of leaving in the month of January, they will depart our shores to begin their programs in Cuba sometime later in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have nursing students at the Sir Apple Louis Community College pursuing degree programs. Last year, we were able to provide a stipend to 20 students. This year, Mr. Speaker, we have also selected an additional 20 students who are receiving in total approximately $32,000 compliments the government of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, it does not stop here as far as providing higher educational opportunities for young St. Lucians. Last year we provided 100 young St. Lucians with direct support at the Sir Apple Louis Community College. And this year, Mr. Speaker, to date, we have provided 96 students with direct support, and we are hoping in the coming weeks or at the commencement of the next semester, an additional 20 students will be picked up under the bursary program at the Sir Apple Louis Community College. This, Mr. Speaker, has totaled to $1.2 million, compliments the government of St. Lucia. Working with the OAS, Mr. Speaker, last year we were able to provide 2 OAS scholarships. This year, an additional 2 St. Lucians have received OAS scholarships. And Mr. Speaker, whereas the scholarships are fully funded by the OAS, the students who are recipients are required to sign a bond with the government of St. Lucia, the dollar value of which is somewhere in the region of $217,000 for the 4 students who would have received scholarships, compliments the OAS. The United Kingdom, UK Commonwealth scholarships, Mr. Speaker, last year we had 1 recipient, and you'll understand that it is not the government of St. Lucia presiding over the selection process, but instead it is the Commonwealth Office working with some of their partners. And last year we would have received 1 scholarship, and this year, Mr. Speaker, we are yet to receive word from the Commonwealth in terms of what St. Lucia will be getting. Mr. Speaker, last year the government of St. Lucia was the recipient of 29 scholarships, compliment the government of Taiwan. This year, Mr. Speaker, there has been an exponential rise in the number of young St. Lucians leaving our shores to pursue higher education in Taiwan. And this year, Mr. Speaker, 39 young St. Lucians left this country to go to Taiwan. The Chaplain Scholarship, Mr. Speaker, complements the UK. Last year we had 7, and this year we have 6. So, Mr. Speaker, when you take the numbers that are presented here, in the year 2022 to 2023, where you had 284 St. Lucians receiving opportunities to pursue higher education, complements the government of St. Lucia. And in the year 2023 to 2024, to date we are 294, Mr. Speaker. The total of 578 speaks to the tremendous work that we are doing in providing avenues for young St. Lucians to access higher education. And Mr. Speaker, I am certain that given the CDP program, the 20% of that allocation that, Mr. Speaker, goes to parliamentary representatives to execute social programs in their respective constituencies, I am almost positive, Mr. Speaker, that somewhere between 30 and 50 additional St. Lucian or more St. Lucians are receiving support complements the offices of the different parliamentary representatives. So, Mr. Speaker, I can say categorically in this honorable house this morning that when you look at our mainstream scholarship awards program and what members would have been producing at the level of the constituency, we have provided opportunities for more than 600 young St. Lucians to pursue higher education. Mr. Speaker, there are other forms of support other than the scholarships that I've just mentioned. And Mr. Speaker, we launched as an administration not too long ago the UniPass program. And despite all the scholarships that I've mentioned, the Ministry of Education and this government by extension, we are fully cognizant of the fact that there are students who still struggle, Mr. Speaker, to make ends meet in pursuit of a university education. And Mr. Speaker, we also are aware that we cannot provide scholarship opportunities for every child in this country. And I will go further to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we know of scores of young St. Lucians who have ventured on their own to travel to remote parts of this globe in pursuit of higher educational opportunities on their own, Mr. Speaker. And oftentimes, the calls come at all odd hours of the night and in the wee hours, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes before you can ask, where did you get my number from? Mr. Speaker, they begin to tell stories that would prevent you from continuing your sleep into the morning. They are in some remote part. They are in some strange country. And they tell you, Mr. Speaker, they've completed 2 years, but there's another 2 years to go, and they have run out of money. And the only alternative for them is to come back home, abandon ship, abandon their programs, and to start back, Mr. Speaker, from scratch. We are saying that this is wrong. We are saying as an administration that if a young St. Lucian can sit with a family and can take a chance, as you would have heard the case of the member for Castry South, we ought, Mr. Speaker, to reach out and meet them halfway. And it is against that backdrop, and against the backdrop of knowing that we're not in a position to provide university opportunities for everybody, that the government decided to launch the UniPass, the University Package of Assistance for Student Success. Mr. Speaker, this program has been funded by the Ministry of Finance, and I need to commend the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance for giving the Ministry of Education $500,000, Mr. Speaker, to roll out that program. And let me say that the $500,000 or the $500,000 that I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, this is savings that came out of license fees we used to pay to a foreign company, Mr. Speaker, who gave us a few devices that, according to them, would have saved the day as far as incorporating technology in education is concerned. But that was a monumental flop, Mr. Speaker, and we were able to save monies from that program today to be in a position where we can lend support to young St. Lucians pursuing higher education. So, Mr. Speaker, the UniPass program basically speaks to students qualifying to receive small grants from the government. And the program has, Mr. Speaker, its own objectives. The objectives of which are, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, lower the cost to the students for the attainment of a university education. University education is expensive. Il a coûté maman qui vient à l'école université et puis famille en pile l'argent, Mr. Speaker, pour yo ça aller l'école l'autre pays et puis pour yo ça faire dans ces bails yo le faire pour faire yo monde qui vient professionnel que nous a dit que ça pursue career paths. Mr. Speaker, another objective of the program is basically increase the numbers of students who can independently access tertiary level education, and I alluded to that when I said that our government is not in a position to give every child a scholarship. And Mr. Speaker, ultimately the objective of the UNIPAS program is to ease the financial burden placed on students attending university. But Mr. Speaker, we have eligibility criteria. So in order to be eligible for consideration for financial assistance under the UNIPAS of which I speak, Mr. Speaker, an applicant must present evidence of the need for funding, and that must be done in writing. We must get proof of financial need, Mr. Speaker. There is a culture in this country where some persons who are able to more than butter their bread, Mr. Speaker, they would queue up in lines to try and access what is meant for people whose circumstances are not as favorable as theirs. And this is why it is important that we request from the potential applicants proof of financial need. And after we've done our due diligence, then we will determine whether you qualify and you are deserving of that particular package of assistance. Mr. Speaker, we want proof of acceptance and registration at university. So if you're going to come to the Ministry of Education asking for assistance on the UNIPAS program, you have to tell the Ministry of Education with verifiable documentation that yes, I have been accepted and that the school at which I intend to pursue my studies is a school that sits well with the accreditation requirements of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, an applicant must not be in receipt of another financial package of assistance from the government of St. Lucia. So in other words, if you have received study leave with pay, if you have received a scholarship complements the government of St. Lucia, you cannot come to the Ministry of Education to try and top that up with an application for a grant from the UNIPAS program. Mr. Speaker, an applicant must provide proof that other related educational costs are covered. So this will not cover everything for you. As I said, this is intended for students who would have started already, but they are finding it difficult to continue, and as a result, the only alternative they have to continuing is to drop out and abandon their dreams of acquiring a degree. Mr. Speaker, je regarde l'année pile jeune moun en pays cette ici. Yo ni un désir pour une éducation level university. Et quand pile yo pas joindre scholarship, yo pas ni assez tête pi bail quoi, mais yo ka still pour une chance pour aller à l'université. Et là yo là, yo a fait yon l'année, 2 l'année. Et là yo ka manger yon l'année pour finir. Yo pas ni l'argent et pas ni personne pour bailler en moyen. Gouvernement nous jamais mis des marches en place. Cause ces moun ça là ça venir devant Ministry of Education. Et mouche nous situation yo. Et nous kay bailler anti ou aider pour une cause yo pour finir ces programmes là, yo déjà commencé. Et moi, je dis plus bonheur, Mr. Speaker, that je ne peux pas joindre le téléphone, mais presque tous les semaines, je peux un appel téléphone, cette lycéen qui a fait études en pays qui loin, Afrique, Europe, et puis toute l'autre place. Et vous avez dit, vous avez déjà commencé, mais vous avez en difficulté et que vous passez à continuer et que vous voulez le gouvernement aider. Le gouvernement n'a jamais mis des marches en place by ces gens-là. Mr. Speaker, comme nous l'avons dit avant, and as most of my colleagues in here would have said, this is a government, Mr. Speaker, that does not just make pronouncements because they sound fanciful, but the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance has always been at the ready to back up the policy pronouncements with the requisite resources to ensure that our policies are executed in ways that can touch people's lives at the community level and at the national level. So, Mr. Speaker, with the UNIPAS, a student can receive a maximum grant amount of $10,000. So you'd have heard of all the scholarship opportunities that I mentioned. You have heard of the novel first generation scholarship, Mr. Speaker. And on top of that, we are saying that those persons who have already started and who are stranded and cannot take their program to completion, that this government is reaching out to you. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, very importantly here today, that the Ministry of Education that I lead and the government that I'm a part of we have always provided opportunities or access to young St. Lucians, and that has always been informed by a meritocracy. We have never denied a child or a potential student on the basis of his or her political affiliation. We have never factored in what geographic belt you're from, Mr. Speaker, because we understand that in a country where you have a population of approximately 180 people without mineral resources, Mr. Speaker, 180,000 people, Mr. Speaker, without mineral resources, I probably should have included Benoit Josima to make it 181,000. But Mr. Speaker, very importantly, we do not take those things into consideration. We deal with every applicant on the merit of his or her circumstances. And I was making the point that in a country of 180,000, it is the quality of our human resource base, more than anything else, that will determine whether we sink or whether we stay afloat and remain competitive in a very demanding global environment. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, in a previous life, I remember in opposition, and even when I served with him in a previous Labour Party cabinet, he coined the phrase that there are no St. Lucia standards anymore. There was a time when you could have done certain things in this country and you would have received accolades and the admiration of your peers because you would have done well. But when you take what was produced here and you juxtapose it against what obtained in the international community, we were found to be wanting. And when we believe we're doing well among ourselves, Mr. Speaker, it is all well and good to say that you have done well, comrade, or well done, but it is what we are able to produce to complete globally that will determine whether we're doing well or not. In the Ministry of Education, our programs are catered to one thing in particular, and that is to make graduates of our system global citizens. So in other words, when a child leaves or graduates from the Soufrière Comprehensive Secondary School, or the Boca Secondary School, or the St. Joseph's Convent, you want for that St. Lucian child to be on the same plane as his counterparts in Switzerland, in Japan, in Somalia, or wherever else in the world. Mr. Speaker, I spoke of the Unipass and how students can access it and the benefits that they can derive from such a program. But our government has made a deliberate attempt, before I come to the motion itself and to show you how it nicely complements all of the programs that I've mentioned, Mr. Speaker. We have made a special case for the University of the West Indies. And the Prime Minister is on the record as stating that we have to support the University of the West Indies. We have to preserve the legacy of the University of the West Indies. And we have to do everything possibly in our programming on the domestic front and advocate regionally, Mr. Speaker, for the University of the West Indies to get the resources that it needs and the support of governments regionally. This is one of the most prestigious academic institutions in our hemisphere, and it is one of the most respected schools in the world. And the University of the West Indies has demonstrated, Mr. Speaker, that it can produce a quality that can stand up and match graduates from any other institution, from any other geographic part of this world. And so in this government, during our term, Mr. Speaker, we have a cabinet conclusion, number 416, Mr. Speaker, of 2023, where in addition to economic cost awards being given to St. Lucians for the first time in the history of our country, students who are enrolled at the University of the West Indies Open Campus, they too can benefit from resources complements the government of St. Lucia. The economic cost award, Mr. Speaker, was only for students studying on what we call the landed campuses of the UWI, namely Mona, St. Augustine, Mona in Jamaica, the St. Augustine campus in Trinidad, and the Keyville campus in Barbados. Students were able to receive government assistance by way of economic cost. And those persons who had to juggle work and do a degree at the same time at the open campus, they did not qualify for resources. But this cabinet conclusion of this administration now makes it possible for students enrolled at open campus to get assistance, complements the government of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this is not all that we have done. as it relates to higher education. There are a number of other interventions that we have made, but in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, I will decide I've decided to forego some of those programs. So the loan itself before us today is yet another, the guarantee, for the loan, Mr. Speaker, is yet another demonstration, as I indicated earlier, of a government putting people first, a government putting students first, a government putting a premium on education, a government understanding that in spite of a child's circumstances, where your parents do not have land, where your parents do not have a house that would attract the interest of the bank by way of using that to guarantee a loan, Mr. Speaker, our government has come forward, working with the CDB, working with the St. Lucia Development Bank, and we are putting resources forward so that the children of ordinary St. Lucians can go to the bank and, notwithstanding their own socio-economic circumstances at home, they too, Mr. Speaker, can dream and live that dream of attaining a university education that will be fueled by their passion and their abilities. History in this country is replete with examples where students would have demonstrated on several occasions that they had the aptitude, they had the attitude, they had the determination, they had the motivation, they had the courage, and they had the ability to go further in pursuit of higher education. But because they did not have the means, because the circumstances in which they were born did not enable them to go to the bank to get the resources, they were left to languish, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of them, their dreams had to evaporate. Today, Mr. Speaker, more than any concrete and steel project that we can do, this, Mr. Speaker, this speaks to the mantra of putting people first. This is true empowerment of poor people, Mr. Speaker. The concrete road, Mr. Speaker, and the footpath will always be there. And when that has been eroded over time, we will find cement, well, it depends on who's in government, we will find cement to be able to reconstruct a footpath. But Mr. Speaker, when you create avenues to empower ordinary young St. Lucians to live their dream, Mr. Speaker, and to pursue the careers that they desire, Mr. Speaker, this is the best investment you can make in this country. Mr. Speaker, there are several components to the loan that my honorable colleagues would have spoken to. And what, Mr. Speaker, I find most comforting is that the poorest of the poor can go to the bank, and once you have the grades, once you have demonstrated through your report books and your report card that you have what is required, you cannot be turned away as was done in time past because you didn't have somebody to guarantee a loan for you. So, Mr. Speaker, you don't need any big savings account at the bank or balance at the bank. You don't necessarily need land, Mr. Speaker. You don't need nenen and power, Mr. Speaker. This is for the marginalized. This is for the vulnerable. And this is also for those persons who are living a comfortable life. Even they too, Mr. Speaker, will not be discriminated against, but can come forward and put an application to the bank, Mr. Speaker, to get loan. So, Mr. Speaker, whether you are revered as somebody who is from good standing, or some may choose to call you a non-entity, our government embraces everybody. Mr. Speaker, je voulais prendre l'occasion pour vous dire exporter démarche Premier ministre à Japon, que malgré tout si points nous avons baillé en éducation, nous menons laptop programme en vie, Mr. Speaker. Et comme on a parlé aujourd'hui en mois de décembre 2023, toute maman à l'école secondaire a payé cette lycée. Qui est à l'école vieux fort Castries souffrir n'importe côté cette lycée à l'école depuis où c'est à maman à l'école secondaire un pays ça combien de bout de parler en parlement on est un laptop computer un Chromebook that government cette lycée about. Mr. Speaker, nous avons dit nous pas juste précaire maman tout seul mais teacher nous bas teacher ça nous a créé anglais a teaching material allowance et nous mettons $600 les sabayo pour les causes pour ça servir là ça pour faire travail plus aisé. Mais là il y a un Charlotte by nous à faire éducation. But Mr. Speaker, moi il a venir un petit manière ça et me kai pour l'occasion pour dire encore that moi supporter motion qui devant nous que le gouvernement a garanti un loan qui a sorti Caribbean Development Bank pour aller Lucia Development Bank pour bailler cette liste en opportunity que yo ça aille pour l'argent prêter l'argent pour ça aller l'école. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is progressive, this is bold, and this is a government, as I said, that lives the mantra of putting people first. Mr. Speaker, like some of my colleagues before me, it would be remiss to take my seat, and with this potentially being the last sitting of the Parliament before the holiday season gets into full swing, I want to profit the opportunity to express compliments of the season to the staff of the Ministry of Education, the staff of the Department of Sustainable Development, the staff at the Peter Management Area, the staff at the St. Lucia Solid Waste Management Authority, the staff at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, the staff at the TVET Council, staff at the Accreditation Council, my constituency group and support personnel in Dennery North, my family, Mr. Speaker, very importantly, and I also want to extend season's greetings to you, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and the staff of the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with all the agencies I listed, it gives you a fair idea of the portfolio responsibilities that I have, and Mr. Speaker, it is a challenge that I enjoy because I know nothing better and nothing more pleasing than to be of service to your country, especially knowing that you have the full support and confidence of your colleagues and ultimately that of the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I unequivocally support the motion to guarantee a loan of $3.7 million that would enable young St. Lucians to live their dreams and access monies that ordinarily they would not have had at their disposal to attend university programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not a lot more to say, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank colleagues for supporting this motion to guarantee the loan for the development bank, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what was significant is the way members could have related their own personal circumstances to at the time and how the circumstances now will change for people who had the conditions that they related at the time, Mr. Speaker, and that's significant. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes you get very emotional in this business when all your motives and your objectives are to improve the quality of life of people, particularly vulnerable and marginalized people and other people, Mr. Speaker. They make it sound as if you are the devil incarnate, as if everything you do is wrong and your motives are evil, Mr. Speaker, and cast all sorts of aspersions on your intentions, particularly when you know from your conscience that your intentions are correct, Mr. Speaker, are right. And hearing my colleagues this today, Mr. Speaker, speaking about how direct government involvement can socially re-engineer a society, what education can do for them, what education can do for us, and what education can do for nation, Mr. Speaker, is very inspiring. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them for the support in the motion, and I want to tell the Z Development Bank that the onus now is on them. They will have to produce, they will have to deliver to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I thank and I ask that this motion be passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee an amount of US $3,704,000 the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank to guarantee a student loan line of credit on behalf of the St. Lucia Development Bank. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 17 years, commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. B, the repayment of the loan is in 68 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 4 years following the date of the loan agreement, or on a later due date as the bank specifies in writing. C, the interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed and outstanding. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment. Mr. Speaker, I beg...
Consumer Protection Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Consumer Protection Amendment. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to amend the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 13.24. Mr. Speaker, this amendment encapsulates further provisions which permits an authorized officer to conduct investigation in the best interest of consumers and as required for research relating to consumer affairs. Mr. Speaker, when this administration saw it fit to embark on a policy of VAT reduction in August this year, several measures were implemented by this government to ensure that the reduction was passed on to the consumer. In the process of this exercise, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the provision of the Consumer Protection Act did not sufficiently empower the department to investigate matters outside of complaints and breaches of the Act. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, after review of the Consumer Protection Act, it was deemed necessary to amend Section 13.2 to facilitate the needed monitoring by including an ability for the department to commence an investigation in keeping with the functions of the department at Section 6E, and I quote, promoting and protecting the welfare and interests of consumers, and Section 6F, which reads conducting research on matters relating to consumer affairs. Mr. Speaker, this much needed amendment will provide the authorized officers within the Consumer Affairs Department with the legal authority to commence an investigation not only where one has reasonable grounds to believe that a supplier is in breach of this act, but where it is determined that an investigation is in the best interests of consumers or determines that an investigation is required for research relating to consumer affairs. Mr. Speaker, this amendment to the Consumer Protection Act will give the Consumer Affairs Department the authority to enter business premises, to monitor prices and markups on all goods. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being vital for ensuring the efficacy of the current policy, this amendment is just generally in the best interests of consumers, as it is essential for research which will inform these and future decisions which may be needed to address matters in the consumer's interest. Mr. Speaker, in order to strengthen and enhance monitoring and protect consumers' welfare and interests, this amendment is not only necessary but long overdue. And as we continue to safeguard the interests of consumers, Mr. Speaker, and grapple with inflation, the elephant in the international economic space, the efforts of my ministry, Mr. Speaker, do not and will not stop with sitting back and observing. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to be both proactive and inclusive, my ministry on Thursday, this coming week, the 14th of December, between the hours of 9:30 and 12:30 p.m., 9:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m., will be hosting a public consultation on inflation. The purpose of this consultation, Mr. Speaker, is to educate and inform consumers on how we as a nation have been and intend to grapple with this mammoth task of inflation. It is also an opportunity to obtain the perspective of civil society, as this SLP government is an inclusive government. Mr. Speaker, the consultation will have a moderator, and that is Dr. Adrian Auger, and the members of the panel will have Mr. Brian Luisi, who is the Executive Director of the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Jason King, the Treasurer of the St. Lucia Manufacturers Association, Dr. Tekla Thix-Nuis, who is the President of the National Consumers Association, and Mr. Joseph Cox, who is the Assistant Secretary General to CARICOM, who is going to bring a regional perspective to the conversation. I invite honorable members of this honorable House, as well as the general public, to an in-house participation as well as online. And that consultation will take place at the Bellevue Hotel. Mr. Speaker, with the enactment of the Consumer Protection Act, which is before us, in keeping with the enactment of the Consumer Protection Act, the Consumer Protection Council and the Consumer Protection Appeals Tribunal are now fully functional and have already begun work, as conceptualized to the benefit of our people. Mr. Speaker, the Council has been conducting monthly meetings and is working assiduously in ensuring that the claims and complaints referred to are adequately ventilated and addressed in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, since the appointment of the Consumer Protection Council in April, some 11 out of 14 cases have been submitted to the Council by the staff of the Consumer Affairs Department. I want to be sure of that, yes. And out of the 11 cases, Mr. Speaker, 5 have been settled and the remaining 6 are active. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to remind all consumers that they should first seek to resolve disputes with the suppliers of goods and services. Where attempts to a direct resolution fails, the Consumer Affairs Department is well poised to investigate and intervene and ensure the matter is referred to the Council and then the Tribunal at no cost. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, before taking my seat, I want to place on record the fact that the work that we are doing at the ministry would not be effective without the sterling support of the Permanent Secretary and the staff at the Ministry of Commerce, especially the Consumer Affairs Department, the members of the National Council, the members of the National Consumers Tribunal, and the National Consumers Association, past and present. So on my behalf and on behalf of this government and consumers, I want to thank all of them profusely. Mr. Speaker, before I present, I want to single out the work that Dr. Tekla Fix, who's the president of the NCA, is doing in the public education. And I would believe most members would now see her continually on the television trying to educate the public in the area of consumer protection and the rights of consumers. So, Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat and present this bill to members, I want, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, to take this opportunity within this festive season to wish you, Mr. Speaker, the staff of this Parliament, my constituents of Soufrière Fauché-Jacques, members of the business community, large and small, our vendors, the members of this honorable House, the Permanent Secretary and staff of the Ministry of Commerce, the directors and staff of Export St. Lucia, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, the Free Zone, the members of my constituency group, the councillors of the Soufrière Constituency Council, the directors and staff of the Soufrière Regional Development Foundation and the Soufrière Marine Management Authority, and all of St. Lucia, a Merry Christmas and a peaceful and prosperous 2024. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to assure you and the people of St. Lucia that our efforts have, are, and will always be geared at putting the welfare, interests, and well-being of the people of St. Lucia first. I urge members to support this Consumer Protection Amendment Bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a second time. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the amendment, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the government's approach to ensuring that the consumer gets the consumer is not unduly affected by circumstances that can be avoided, Mr. Speaker. We know that inflation is mainly imported. We know that politicians play games with the phenomenon of inflation, Mr. Speaker, and we are happy that on Thursday there'll be a discussion on inflation as it relates to St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. The records will tell you that the inflation now at 6.4% is the highest it has been for a very long time. There are signs that it may be decreasing. There was hope that with the drop in freight charges, that inflation would have decreased, but that hasn't happened because we have issues, still supply chain issues. We have issues in the Panama Canal as far as the ships going through that canal are concerned, Mr. Speaker. So whereas it was expected that freight charges would have decreased substantially, that hasn't happened, particularly in some parts of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a battle that we are waging, Mr. Speaker. We're waging. No one wants to see the cost of goods go up. No one. Everyone is affected, Mr. Speaker. And there is no need for us to try to make political capital with inflation, because it will affect each country. It'll affect every country. It is affecting every country, Mr. Speaker. Everywhere in the world, it's been affected. And when people make these statements, Mr. Speaker, that sound good, Mr. Speaker. What they never say is, where are we going to get revenue to fund the country, what the country needs? Where is the revenue coming from, Mr. Speaker? And this budget, the budget is coming very shortly. I expect an improvement in the budget situation. I expect an improvement, Mr. Speaker. But the reality is, this country has needs. The needs for health and security. Everyone is clamoring for better health services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and speaking about inflation, I had the opportunity to look at a bill from the United States for somebody who went for some routine blood test, Mr. Speaker, and the bill was $11,000 for some routine test, Mr. Speaker. When we compared these tests with the price the person would have paid in St. Lucia for these exact tests, Mr. Speaker, it did not come to $2,000 EC. And that is the reality. That is the reality we face as far as health is concerned, Mr. Speaker. And so we have to battle with that. Plus, we have to battle with the inflationary spiral that's happening, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support this bill. And this bill is intended to be punitive, not intended to punish anybody. I've always said that this government has worked best, has given the private sector one of the most important incentives that can be made available to any businessman, Mr. Speaker. When you reduce directly their tax liabilities, when you reduce their payables directly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we as a government, we've just taken that for granted, Mr. Speaker. We have improved the balance sheet of the businesses in St. Lucia if they decide to take on our offer. We've improved the balance sheet, because if you know interest, Mr. Speaker, I have a document here about interest, how interest is calculated, Mr. Speaker. On tax of $6,000, the person will have to pay $11,000 because they were res. On $6,000, you pay $11,000 in terms of res, Mr. Speaker. What the government has done, the government is waiving that entire $5,000. That is what is happening with the amnesty given to tax, given to business people and individuals, Mr. Speaker. And I urge them to take on this provision that the government has made. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to end. This is probably, I won't be speaking again, except to vote aye for the motion. I want to wish everyone season's greetings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope in next year, St. Lucia is less caustic. Yes, less caustic. I hope next year, Mr. Speaker, that and I'm going directly, that the opposition realizes that the people have chosen and elections are not near. And there is no need to be creating that level of animosity, that level of anger, that level of dissatisfaction, that level of threats, Mr. Speaker. It's not necessary. And the member for Choiseul spoke about, Mr. Speaker, I must say, Mr. Speaker, if I can say for myself, we have controlled ourselves. Yes, we have. We have not, I mean, if you have our public meetings, Mr. Speaker, the 3 or 4 we have had, we've almost tried to avoid distraction, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been constantly provoked. We have been constantly pushed, Mr. Speaker. We have been constantly insulted, but we are going to exercise restraint. And the member for Choiseul spoke about reflection. And I want us to go into reflection, Mr. Speaker, because, we can't be selfish and envious with a country. This country is too small for us to try to burn the house to kill the rats. It's too small. Because when you burn the house, you have to, first of all, clean the ashes and then rebuild the house. And what we're trying to do, because the people of this country have made a choice, we are trying to burn the house. We should not burn the house. We should not burn the house, Mr. Speaker. I know opposition is not a good place to be, especially when you have not been there for a long time as me. I understand, Mr. Speaker, but what's happening in St. Lucia now, it's not, we ought to simmer down, Mr. Speaker. And next year, I hope we reflect over the Christmas season, and next year we simmer down and wait for 2026 when the elections will come. They're not going to come before that. They're not going to come before 2026. 2026. That's when they come in. And they came in 21st July 2021, so they are 3 months ago after July. So after July is August, September, October, Mr. Speaker. So that's a long holiday. So all the wishful thinking of you can't allow this government to last long. I want to tell them, relax. Let's work. Let's work in 24. Let's work in 25. We continue to give you your CDP. We continue to give you all the allowance, all the benefits that we get, and in 26 we'll kick off. So right now, next year? No, I mean, I'll tell you something. We could do, if you just do the right thing, it will be okay for you, That's what I said. Do the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, it's a season of goodwill. I wish the member for Choiseul all the best. I know last year he may have made some utterances that he shouldn't have made, but I forgive him. I understand the circumstances that which he has to operate under. I understand it. He's a gentleman I've always had a very good relationship with, and he never sent back my checks at Bank of St. Lucia. But sometimes he has to. Yes, he has to play to the gallery. But Mr. Speaker, I wish him all the best, his family, and all my colleagues. I want to thank my colleagues, and I've done that many times, Mr. Speaker, because I want to thank my colleagues, and I always thank them privately and publicly, because I know that, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes they may have had doubts. I know that. The whole country had doubts, Mr. Speaker. And it's not something I'm afraid to say. The whole country had doubts. Many people in the country, not the whole, not many, not whole, many people in the country had doubts. Many people in the country had doubts in the ability and the capacity of the Labour Party to manage the affairs of this country. And when we elected in 2021, so they were doubting Thomas. Wait, you'll see. Wait, you'll see. Wait. But thankfully, Mr. Speaker, with the help of the Almighty, and with the work and the persistence of these men and women here, and the executive and members of the St. Lucia Labour Party, to whom I am extremely grateful, and the people of Castries East, Mr. Speaker, we have endured, and we will continue to endure in the future, Mr. Speaker. So I want to wish all of them a Merry Christmas. My family, Mr. Speaker, is not very easy for many reasons to be a politician, to be a parliamentary rep in this country, and to be able to do your family duties the way you're supposed to. All of us suffer from that, Mr. Speaker. They have endured with me for a long time because of my political life has been very long, Mr. Speaker. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed serving the people of Castries East. I'll be grateful to them forever, Mr. Speaker. For people to go to the polls and for 6 times to re-elect you is something, Mr. Speaker, that I'm extremely grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely grateful They are what I'm in politics for. And when we fight among ourselves. We have a special way of doing things in Castries East that nobody understands. I always tell them, don't interfere with me and Castries East. Leave my people alone. Leave them. Let me deal with them. So when they treat me good, I take it. When they treat me bad, I take it. We have our own business. Don't interfere, Mr. Speaker. Don't interfere with me and my constituents. Leave us alone. Call us names, but leave us alone, Mr. Speaker. These are my people. I love them, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to serve them. I love everybody in the cabinet, and I respect. I respect them, Mr. Speaker. We don't always agree, but I respect them, Mr. Speaker. I respect them. And if there's one thing I'll always tell them, Mr. Speaker, is I'll always speak the truth to them. The truth. And Mr. Speaker, and I'm very serious about the truth, Mr. Speaker, because I have seen what lies can do. Lies cause a war between Saddam Hussein and the world and put us where we are today because of a lie, Mr. Speaker. Because somebody said they were weapons of mass destruction and they were none. And the lie and puts the world where it is. So lying, Mr. Speaker, there are two sins that people take for granted, lying and envy. These are two sins that create so much disturbance and issues in the world and in personal situations. So every story has two sides. Every story has two sides, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your leadership. I know you've been treated very badly for doing what's right. But you're a man who stood up for what you think is right. Sometimes I don't agree with you when you do certain things, but that's you. You know what I don't agree with you for. But that is you. You have your own style, you're a man of magnanimity. So I want to thank you for your leadership and your stewardship. I want to thank the members of the Parliament staff, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the members of the police force, police service, those who work in the Parliament, those who work out of the Parliament. I want to thank the members of my security detail and the people who protect me and my home, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them. And all the police generally, the nurses, the doctors, the teachers, the civil servants, Mr. Speaker. Everybody who tries to make St. Lucia a better place. The members of the clergy, the members of the members of the staff at Baudelaire. They do a very important job. The fire service, Mr. Speaker. We're trying to see if we can upgrade them, the fire service. The people in the NGOs and the voluntary organizations, the people at the Marian home, the St. Lucy's home, the homes for all the people who are underprivileged, Mr. Speaker. They all make St. Lucia a better place. And the majority of them want to make St. Lucia a better place, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank them. I really want to thank them. The church, the spiritual leaders, the clergy, everyone, the members of the Rastafarian movement, they've made a contribution, they continue to make a contribution, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much and I wish everyone season's greetings and the best for 2024.
The member for Suzanne Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after hearing the sort of a sympathetic finale from the Prime Minister, I was wondering whether I should really speak, but I want to stand in support of the amendment to the Consumer Protection Act. We all know the journey that particular bill had, starting with the former Labour Party administration under the guidance of the member for Soufrière Jacques. At the time, she was member for Grosley. Under my tenure, there's a lot that went into it, and when this government came back in, it was passed. Yes. the Prime Minister just reminded me it was under his watch. Mr. Speaker, there are too many times, our consumers are taken advantage of in several ways. And sometimes, you recognize that the business houses only want to pay attention to the people they believe that have more influence and more clout. But, that amendment will put everybody on the similar playing field, and hopefully, we will stop seeing the advantage being taken of our consumers. The member for Soufrière Jacques made mention of the hard work from the permanent secretary down to her staff, and I want to agree with her, Mr. Speaker, wholeheartedly as a former Minister of Commerce, which was why I was quite taken aback at the last sitting where she made a statement, and I promised to bring it to you, which I have, but in reference to the season and to the minister herself, I think privately we can share that and agree to disagree on that. The Prime Minister spoke to, all of us, and it is a saying, we all have two wolves inside of us, a good wolf and a bad wolf, and the saying says that the wolf that will win is the one that you feed. So Mr. Speaker, I just want to, convey my support to this bill, and at the end of the day, we recognize we all from the same place, and we want the best for our people. So I thank you. All the best.
The member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just need to add my voice to this important bill, but from the context of course, consumers. And I'm happy that this bill allows for investigation, and of course, the officers being empowered to walk into masses to look at consumer prices of goods. It's not only limited to this kind of goods, but also to services as well. And of course, Mr. Speaker, in speaking or just having the conversation with the member who presented, we agree that the bill allow for investigation into other areas. And I want to highlight that this government is looking into those other areas as well. We speak of persons having access to water, services. The bill covers investigation of consumers consuming these services as well. We've had discussion with the AG as it relates to legal services. Consumers also have, we are concerned about how our consumers deal with the issue of legal services. These areas sometimes are not spoken about, Mr. Speaker. But when we speak of where the poor is being impacted, we know that basic services and having access to those basic services are critical. And of course, as we speak, how does the people in the public service address and serve our people is an area where they consume. And of course, we want to ensure that we do not leave those areas unaddressed, or these areas, that we do not speak of these areas as well. So I'm happy that the Consumer Protection Bill is being looked at to empower the agents who would see about how our people are served and the things they consume and how they're protected. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the initiatives that we are currently looking at along those lines. So I remind the member that when it rains, for example, every home gets water. However, when persons access basic water through the pipes, you are confronted with land issues. And we take interest in ensuring how that disadvantages certain persons. When the sun shines, everybody gets sunshine, but when you have to get electricity, you are affected based on certain circumstances. And of course, the minister is concerned on the consumer protection as to how we ensure that everybody gets the basic services. But Mr. Speaker, in light of this, I just want to remind the people in my constituency that, and I'll use the opportunity to thank them, Mr. Speaker, for the patience that they have demonstrated towards me, even along the lines of consumer protection. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that at the junction of Bel Air and Sarat, I'm building a bus shelter, the first of its kind with washrooms, male and female washrooms. That's the first of its kind, because the issue of consumer protection is an issue that we need to investigate deeply. And I recall there are times as a young man when you walk with your girlfriend a certain distance and she has to knock on somebody's door, go to a shop to use a washroom. And I think the time is coming when we serve our people and we take all of these things into consideration. Mr. Speaker, like I said this morning, I'll say it again. When you have walked you have endured a certain lifestyle, when you are placed here to serve, you must not forget it. And you come here and you address those inconveniences to make life better for persons out there, and not to pretend that when you're driving on your car that one day you will not walk in and a young lady wants to use a washroom. So in Bel Air, at the junction of Bel Air, there is a bus shelter being built currently with male and female washrooms, so that the people in Bel Air on their way to Sarat, they can use the washroom. And all of this thing is about consumer protection and serving the constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, that's not under hope, that's under my CDP, sir. There's a lot of hope in CDP as well, and there's much more hope in our Prime Minister for what he'll give us on Thursday. Yeah. But, Mr. Speaker, in saying this, and I mentioned to the member for Strozel, you know, the heart of the Prime Minister and this government is so aligned with good governance. And I reminded him that it was a lot easier to forget two constituencies. But the Prime Minister did not forget two constituencies. But how more difficult it is to forget 6 constituencies. When this side was in opposition, the then government forgot 6 constituencies. That's so obvious to the population. But this Prime Minister will remember 2, whereas it was easier to say, I'm taking care of 15, let the 2 alone. And that is the heart of this Prime Minister. At this time of year when we are saying thanks to all those who have contributed, I need to say thanks to the Prime Minister for contributing to Castries Office in the way that he did. All I've said to my constituents, when they say thanks, say thanks to the Prime Minister of St. Lucia and tell him, can he give a little more? I want to thank my ministry, my permanent secretary for the support, that's Dr. Emmanuel. And I need to go back a few months earlier and say thanks to the then permanent secretary, Ms. Velda Joseph, for paving the way and contributing to the development of poor people in St. Lucia. I want to thank the staff for helping and the patience of Castries Office. Yes, it has been 2 years of challenges as well as success. But I embrace the success because I repeat them. And the challenges, all I have to do is to reel and come again. And I will do better as I continue to move the work of Castries Office. And most of all, I would like to wish my colleague ministers, every one of you, you know, the smiles from the Minister of Agriculture, that is infectious. Every time he asks for an extension for a farmer, he does that in his own style. I want to say thanks to the Minister of Housing. I got some checks today again. Minister of Housing. Thanks to every minister. All of you for making the work in the ministry the way that it has been. And to the opposition members on this side, thanks for having the conversation with me. And you, Mr. Speaker, thanks for your patience with me. Merry Christmas to every one of you and have a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Minister for Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I nearly committed a cardinal sin. Mr. Speaker, before concluding on this bill, I want to express condolences to Miss Alcindor, the mother of one of our staff at the Ministry of Commerce, Miss Heidi Alcindor, who passed just last week. So I want to express condolences to the entire staff of the Ministry of Commerce for this loss. It is a tremendous loss for us. On the other side, I want to take this moment to wish my own secretary, Mrs. Bernice Matrin, happy birthday, as well as my dear sister who's overseas, Miss Lucia Hippolyte, the best of health and the best of birthdays. Mr. Speaker, the Consumer Amendment Bill before us, the removal of the 6% service charge on price control items, the government subvention on rice, flour, sugar, and cooking gas. It should be well appreciated by all who are cooking during this season. The removal of VAT on building material and sanitary products, the placement of sanitary products under price control, all of the above are geared towards bringing some soulagement and relief to the people of St. Lucia. And I want to take this moment to thank our Prime Minister and Minister for Finance and the entire Cabinet for keeping to our word of putting the people of St. Lucia first. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all members for supporting this bill before us, and I thank you for your process in this. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 13.24.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 13.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Consumer Protection Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of their opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Consumer Protection Amendment Act, Cap 13.24.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stands adjourned. Sine die.
Leader of Government Business, your microphone.
Sir.
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just bear with me for 2 seconds, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say again, Mr. Speaker, my thanks to the Cabinet Secretary, the Permanent Secretaries, and the Civil Service generally, Mr. Speaker, members of the Civil Service, and the members of the staff of the Office of the Prime Minister, my personal assistant, my secretary, and those in my office directly, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all of them, and again, my family for the sacrifices that they make for me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I have not taken the opportunity. In fact, I want to take the opportunity to wish a couple people, Mr. Speaker, season's greetings. We have a formidable team in Castries Central called Team RF. And really, Mr. Speaker, we are prepared to take on any political opponent, no matter how formidable he or she perceives himself to be. Without that team, a lot of times, Mr. Speaker, the district representative gets the praises, but he or she can never do it alone. It takes a collaborative effort. It takes basically congruence in the minds of quite a few people to execute to any degree, not necessarily of perfection, but of a standard that receives the embrace of the persons whom you represent. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I want to say extensive greetings to my attaché Dax Novel. I want to express my appreciation to my permanent secretary, Dr. Cordelia Lane Ambrose, my DPS, the mayor of Castries, the city police, other council workers. Imagine as I was leaving my office at the financial center, I saw some workers from city council cleaning the drains, and one said to me, "Boss la nou ni pou fè plas la gade bel pou lese tourist la vini." And it touches me, Mr. Speaker, when even those people can exhibit that level of commitment to their country. And it comes, Mr. Speaker, and I say this without fear or favor, from having leadership that they know have their backs, Mr. Speaker. And all of them, when we have cruise ships in the harbor, city police, they operate with due dispatch and do whatever it is to ensure that the city is generally safe. So I want to wish all of them season's greetings. The chairman of the National Housing Corporation, Mr. John Peters, the managing director, Dr. Sidonia Childs, and all the other workers at the National Housing Corporation. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, they are hosting a party for the children, sponsored by your humble servant, although I operate in absentia insofar as that function is concerned. Yes, I was asked, who's that, madam? Who? I'm having a name there, Mr. Speaker, but apparently my diction has gone so bad it cannot admit pronunciation. So I beg not to hear what they're saying. But my constituents of Castries Central, to you I say a special thank you. I have knocked on your doors for 4 times on 4 occasions, and you let me in. You let me into this august chamber, knowing full well I will give you the representation that you so deserve. I will be knocking on your door pretty soon again, when this astute Prime Minister believes that it is the right time to present our report cards to the electorate. I know he will not operate with the longevity that his predecessor in title did. I know he wants to break new records and will not be the longest serving Prime Minister in any one term. So one can contemplate that he will operate within the sphere of what was generally acceptable. So, Mr. Speaker, my constituents of Castries Central, Angel Brett, Charmaine, Cabwitz, and all the others, my relatives, my friends, all of those from whom I've received support, I want to say a very, very special thank you. And at the appropriate time, I will present my scorecard to the constituents of Castries Central under the general rubric, judge me by my performance. To all and sundry, my cabinet colleagues, my esteemed Prime Minister, everyone who works in every department of the ministry over which I man, I say season's greetings, Merry Christmas, and a prosperous 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grosley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your astute work in this house, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity today to really relay our thanks and appreciation to those who have really helped us in this 2023 year. First of all, I'd like to say thank you and a Merry Christmas to all of St. Lucia, every single individual who walks the ground of St. Lucia, be it Labour, WP, unattached, every single St. Lucian. I want to wish them the very best. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I also say a special thank you to the Permanent Secretary, Mary Wilfred, and staff at the Ministry of Youth Development and Sport, who continue to toil and work assiduously to ensure that we continue to develop the young men and women of this country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say a very special thank you to the team at the constituency office in Grosley, including the likes of Nicola Doveng, Sharik Smith, Elva Florton and the family, and every single individual who works in the different communities in the various areas in the constituency of Grosley. I'd like to thank the different organizations that fall under the Ministry of Youth Development and Sports, including the individuals from the Sports St. Lucia Inc. board, including the National Lotteries Authority. And I'd also like to say a special thank you to the mayor, deputy mayor, and all the councillors at the Grosley Constituency Council. I want to say to the people of Grosley that we will continue to work in 2024 to develop this constituency. We've made no excuses over the last 2.5 years. We've gone on the ground and did everything that we're supposed to do to ensure that this constituency, this important constituency, develops in the right way. And I pledge my continued support for every single constituent in Grosley. I want to take this opportunity finally, Mr. Speaker, to invite all constituents, all the children of the Grosley constituency to our grand Christmas party on the 24th of December in the space opposite Harbour Club. We will be giving away toys to all our children for the constituency of Grosley, for the children of Grosley, and the parents of Grosley. We want to invite, that means I have to ask everybody to bring their card, their ID card. We want to invite the parents as well. We will be, of course, doing bouncer castles, we will have live performances, and we will be doing a series of giveaways for the parents as well ahead of Christmas. And so, once again, thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues for the advice, thanks for the support, and thanks for all you continue to do for the loving people of the constituency of Grosley. All the best to everybody. Thank you.
The member for Vieux-Fort North.
Mr. Speaker, I join colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in this moment of thanks, first of all, to the Holy Spirit for guiding me throughout the year and also guiding our cabinet colleagues and the Parliament and guiding you, Mr. Speaker. Although you were under tremendous pressure, you stood and you stood firm, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank God for your strength and your knowledge. I wish to thank God, Mr. Speaker, for the guidance of the Prime Minister and also the cooperation of my cabinet colleagues. I wish to say a very special thanks to the constituents of Vieux-Fort North. They are the ones, Mr. Speaker, who are responsible for me being here, and I want to wish them prosperity, good health. Je souhaite tout gens Vieux-Fort North bonne santé avec pour gouer l'année qui va venir. I wish all of them a very safe Christmas season. I wish them happiness and joy. And I know many of them, like many of us, Mr. Speaker, many of our constituents lost loved ones. Some of us lost our own relatives, during the year. And I pray that the Holy Spirit will give them strength. I also want to thank the various teams, Mr. Speaker, First of all, the team at the constituency office, the staff at the constituency office, those who connect with the community, and those who work very closely with me. But I also want to thank the auxiliary groups, our youth group, our women's group, also the leaders of our various branches, Mr. Speaker. At the constituency level, the St. Lucia Labour Party branches within the constituency, the other ones who really put me in office. So I wish to thank them and give them hope that they enjoy the Christmas. We have a lot of work to do, but let us take a little time to pray, reflect, and to have a good time. I wish to thank the staff of the Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs. I wish to thank the leadership of the ministry, the permanent secretary, and all the heads of departments. I wish to thank them and all the heads in the various communities, the wellness centers, the doctors, the nurses, community health aides, the security people at the hospitals and the wellness centers, and everyone, including doctors and medical professionals in the private sector, those in the labs, all those who collaborated with us this year. We look forward to another wonderful year and a year where we build on what we continue to develop. I wish everyone a wonderful Christmas, the staff of the Parliament, yourself, Mr. Speaker, and let us hope at some point we will meet each other during the season to share a little sorrel and a little orange juice for the season. So Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous New Year.
You the last one.
Mr. Speaker, they've saved the last for best, I suppose. Mr. Speaker, the best for last, Mr. Speaker.
That's okay, you can do a shot.
No, I don't want to do that at all. I'm a product of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay you and the members of the House compliments of the season. I would also like to extend compliments of the season to my constituents. I think on the weekend we demonstrated that we are better than our misfortunes. We had a very wonderful activity, 0 incidents, all well-rounded activity. I'd like to pay a special thank you to Community Tourism Agency, Mr. Speaker, and wish them, Mr. Speaker, a wonderful Christmas. Mr. Speaker, we've had a very interesting year in Ancillary Canaries. We are still being referred to as the poorest constituency. It's a recognition, Mr. Speaker, that I don't seem to appreciate at all. And between now and the time that the Prime Minister decides to call the next general election, it is my singular mission, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the mentality of the people of Ancillary Canaries, that we are seen for what we are and for who we are, and not what we've been told we are. And with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I wish my cabinet colleagues, and of course my Prime Minister, who's partly responsible for me being here today, for his continued support. And I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to a bright and shared, prosperous 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me take the opportunity to thank, first of all, the Prime Minister and the leader of government business, who throughout the year have always called on me to inquire about my welfare. And what is more important is that not once have we discussed the business of the Parliament. It has been about whether I'm okay, and I do appreciate that, leader of government business and Prime Minister. To the Attorney General, who unfortunately every time I'm sued attaches as a co-defendant. So we always in court together. I don't know that there is a week that passes that the Attorney General does not call me to ensure I'm okay. And AG, I look forward to us sharing a penny or two over the season. And I do intend I do intend to make a plea to the Prime Minister, because I think we were the only two in the House who were not assured of vouchers. So we can look into that. To the member for Sozel, I really look forward to the times we used to have, and where I could come to your home in Sozel, sit there, and meet with certain other people with whom I really had long and exciting discussions. I look forward to that resuming in the new year. And I want to assure the entire House, especially the Prime Minister, the Leader of Government Business, and the Attorney General, that I've been reliably informed that I was the subject matter when Peter Tosh wrote, "I'm the toughest." So I want to assure you of that. To the staff of the Parliament, the absolute best staff in the entire government, let me thank you for your support over the past year, and I look forward to even more in the coming year. To the staff of the constituency offices, who many people do not know fall under the Parliament, and we pay them, right? So let me thank them for the support that they give to the Parliament by ensuring the needs of the members of Parliament are taken care of. To the police officers, whose job, to be fair, outside of the Parliament over the last 2 years has been so much easier than the previous 5. So let me thank them for the service they provide to us. To the special branch officers, to my former Sergeant at Arms, to my current Sergeant at Arms, thank you very much for the work you have done. And to those of you who think the Speaker's job is a smooth one, it is because of all of you seated here and all of those who are downstairs who give the support. So I thank you very much. I want to thank the GIS, the NTN. Some of them are the unsung heroes. Pay special tribute to Virgil and Michael. Thank you very much for always being there. So Merry Christmas, everybody, and a bright and prosperous New Year. And I look forward to seeing all of you back here early in the New Year. Members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All rise.
Eh bien, nous venons au bout de ça, qui constitue aujourd'hui, ça c'est dernière session qui constitue aujourd'hui. Ça c'est comme temps, aujourd'hui il a discuté en motion pour petit, ça c'est 3 704 000 dollars américains c'est pas pour prêter, c'est même pour garantir. Ça c'est l'argent en loan qui Banque Développement Kawaii qui a prêté, ça c'est Banque Développement simple ici pour aider les gens avec maman qui a besoin d'aller étudier pour maman qui a besoin d'étudier, faire continuer l'éducation avec ça qui c'est l'agence là, c'est ça qui a servi pour avec la tenir plus de discussion presque tous ces membres parlement qui étaient présents, ils parlaient à ça, ça a été aujourd'hui a été différent puisqu'il partait en discussion qui était à l'écassé, pas tenir une pièce rien comme ça, c'est plutôt monde qui a expérience, c'est même mon parlement te ka parler à ce manière motion ça l'a affecté la vie au même te ka parler à expérience avec il touché un chagrin Gilles Virgile qui parlait qui était touché de manière il même touché puisque Virgile presque pleurait aussi mais il touché Virgile
yes, it was a really cordial atmosphere as you mentioned, and it was really the motion was really that the government of St. Lucia would guarantee a loan of about nearly 10 million EC dollars for the St. Lucia Development Bank to guarantee loan for students wishing to go and study at a higher level. And as you said, it was emotional because most of the members who were recalling the difficulty of accessing funds to go and study and all the hardships and the roadblocks and the hindrances, that was in place. What the loan sought to do and why many of the members even called it revolutionary and transformative is that for the first time we are seeing that students who are coming from low income, middle income, or no means at all will be able to access that funding without assets, without guarantors. There's an aspect of the loan where you can, when you apply, if you have assets and whatever, you could qualify, but the loan does also make provision for students who have, as the members will refer, no backer and no name, to be able to access. For the first time, movable assets will be able to be used as security or collateral to access the loans. There's an aspect of the loan also dealing with for displaced and vulnerable youth who wish to continue tertiary education. And so it was very emotional because most of the members were saying, had it been so many years ago, 20 years ago, as the member from Nikud North was saying, Jeremiah Norbert, that, it would have been a different, situation. And so most of the members supported the bill. It is interesting that the member for Choiseul, the opposition member, he also rose twice in support of that motion to guarantee funds so that the ordinary young people in St. Lucia could access loans for scholarship. But all in all, as I said, it was very cordial, Michael. Anything you wish to add?
C'est aussi, à part de ça, on tenir un changement d'amendement pour ça de brûler consommer un bill pour faire plus à l'aise, et bien pour pas plus à l'aise, mais pour bailler plus droit pour le monde qui a consommé différentes marchandises, bagailles et services en pays aussi. Ok. Mais généralement, ça, nous seulement nous pas tenir présence, même pas la pour la oui, même pas la pour vieux fort. Nous dit speaker qui il pas de présent avec pas que mais les autres généralement était bien intéressant.
The leader of the opposition, he showed up for it.
Oui, ça c'est même parlement, ça c'est chef en face à l'opposition. Il commençait, il fait appliquer en dedans avec il partit là pour le restant. En finissant, tous ces membres parlement dit souhaiter tout le monde, il y en a l'autre monde qui travaille puis en ministère, en constituency, ça c'est pas sûr. C'était tout le monde en bonne saison Noël avec speaker aussi. C'était nous bonne saison Noël avec toutes les autres séminaires qui travaillent ici avec mettre en bout pour ça mettre en bout pour dernière session qui tienne pour l'année 2023 ici. Ça veut dire l'autre quoi nous allons jouer ici encore c'est l'année prochaine, l'année 2024. Alors moi je dis à nous Virgil Leonti qui restait puis tout le temps après Winston Springer, je dis merci un peu à McLean Clean Rémi, qui est technicien nous, qui travaille bien après-midi, un bon matin, vous pouvez monter, descendre, avec aussi nous venons, ça c'est l'autre là qui a supporté nous. Il vient support et puis monsieur, qui est-ce qui vient? Oui, ça c'est monsieur Wayne vient assister nous. Nous supposons dire, souhaiter même qu'on explique à faire, souhaiter Wayne avec Rémi en bonne saison Noël aussi. Alors, Saint-Lucie, nous avons dit merci et puis nous avons souhaité tout le monde, toute gens Saint-Lucie, tout le monde qui a regardé nous en bonne saison Noël avec un joyeux temps, saison en santé, sans désagrément et pour qu'à jouer encore l'année prochaine, si Dieu veut.